All right, everybody. It's a broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. I decided to do this video. I was going to leave RBR alone. I was pretty much done with RBR from the last roast because the last roast was epic. And there's been other times I could have roasted him. I decided not to. But this one, I just couldn't stay away from. Um, One of the most lamest interviews I've ever seen and heard. Okay, by someone that is considered somewhat of a low key celebrity, Miss Sophia Stewart. I got it on tape. We're going to check it out. We're going to break down this lame interview. Now, the reason why I waited a couple of days is because I knew he would tell lies about the interview. I was going to go live that very day after the interview itself, but I decided to wait. That's why I pushed it all the way back to Sunday because I knew he would tell lies about it and that he would try to use it to boost that stupid idea about $90 billion. So, without further ado, let's get this thing going. It's Gangsta Talk. All right, Dame, drop it. what date it is. I can't figure out what date it is. Name, what's today's date?
Today is Sunday, June 26th.
June 26th. So happy Sunday, June 26th, everybody. It is the Ebony Star Network. We are broadcasting live. And I am the Black Knight, aka the Gangsta Simp, Mr. Maximum Black. And joining me as always is the Lady Knight herself, Miss Dame Frankie. How you doing, Frankie? Miss
I'm
Dame
doing good.
Frankie,
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
are you paying attention to the broadcast?
Yes, I'm setting up.
All right. Anyway, go ahead and go on mute. But so now, what is this podcast all about? Right? It's supposed to do it later, but since I had time to do it, I decided to move it up and do it now. This podcast is called "Breaking Down the Lame Interview" by RBR and his lackey Zab of the great Sophia Stewart. Now, who is Sophia Stewart? A brilliant black woman, probably one of the greatest black minds of our time. And she's not celebrated. She's not in any museum. Okay. But she wrote a book that spawned several blockbuster hits that was stolen by white folks. And white folks benefited heavily off of it. Hell, it launched Arnold Schwarzenegger's career. And they milked that Terminator for as much as they had Terminator 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they still making Terminators. You know, I think one is about to come out soon. Okay, they done raked the hell out of the Terminator, and then they did the Matrix. They ran that 3 or 4 times. Okay, and so the book was so deep. All right, and she's a brilliant mind, and somehow Zab got her to come on RBR's show. Now she really wasn't on the show; she was on the phone talking to Zab. Okay, so RBR had nothing to do with actually getting her on the show because he's too stupid to hold a conversation with someone, especially someone who's way smarter than him. As you're going to see, RBR was afraid to talk to her because she was incredibly smart. So he let, of all people, Zab conduct one of the dumbest, lamest interviews. And you know what? And I wonder if she felt bad for them and she did it anyway. Because she's a nice woman. She has a big Facebook account, 2 million. Anybody can talk to her. She'll talk to anybody, especially black folks. Okay. Now, let me tell you something about Sophia Stewart. She doesn't move the needle anymore. Okay? She used to. The reason why she doesn't move it anymore is because everybody knows about it now. She's had like 1 billion interviews. She's been on everything. So you coming up and you say, why has Sophia Stewart? Okay, people, all right. Now, when he had her on the show, he attracted 5 more people in the chat and 20, actual overall views, 20 more overall views. So she didn't really move the needle at all. He didn't really get anything out of it. Okay. And the interview was just trifling. We had the receipts. We're going to play the interview and we're going to play sections of it. And I'm going to talk about it and where these fools dropped the ball and how stupid they sound. And that she had no idea who she was talking to. Now, Sophia is a big advocate for black women. If you know Sophia Stewart, you know she's all about the black woman. Okay, and she should be. She has one of the greatest minds in this century alone. Okay, and so she's big on black women, real big. Black women's rights, black women this, black women that. I mean, she's straight hardcore pro black when it comes to black women. So keep that in mind as you listen to the interview, because there's going to be a spot in there, and I'm going to point out that's going to expose the fact that she has no idea who it is that she's doing an interview with. And the reason why I say that is because She doesn't know RBR hates black women. She doesn't know that Zab hates black women. Had she known that, she would have never done the interview. So the fact that she's actually doing the interview and knowing that she's a hardcore pro-black woman advocate tells me that she had no idea who it was she was talking to. Now, Zab, we all know Zab is a liar. Zab probably went in there and told a bunch of lies. So this guy RBR, this and that. Now, RBR has this stupid notion in mind that he's going to get Google for $90 billion. And he's not. Okay. Now, he tried to compare that to Sophia Stewart's case. And there's no comparison. They're two completely different cases. There's nothing in Sophia Stewart's case matches anything that RBR is talking about in his so-called imaginary case. All right? He's never going to get that money. It's just to cover up for the fact that he's broke and he doesn't work a real job. This is why he hates people who actually have real 9-to-5 jobs. If you are working, RBR hates you. He thinks you're a fool if you're working. If you're working to pay your bills, if you're working to support your children, your family, as far as RBR is concerned, you are an idiot. According to him, you should be holding out, trying to get $90 billion with him from Google. 90 billion. Do you think that a giant like Google is going to lose with like endless resources to hire some of the most shrewd lawyers known to man and can buy judges? Let's just say this thing got crooked. You guys know how much $90 billion is? That's a lot of goddamn zeros. Who the hell is going to lose $90 billion without a fight? Has anybody ever been sued for $90 billion? Dame.
Yes. No, nobody has been sued for $90 billion.
Yeah, I've never heard of anybody getting sued for $90 billion. I've heard 100 million, 200 million, some shit like that. I've seen cats taking on the chin for a couple of $100 million. But 90 billion? That's a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is going to lose a $90 billion court case? Somebody is going to get smoked. Imagine somebody trying to sue you. You just open up a coffee shop and shit, right? It turns out that you've been selling fucked up coffee for 7 months and people got sick. And then you got some old punk ass witness talking about, yeah, I saw them fucking the coffee up. And we got a $90 billion lawsuit. You think you're going to let that go down? Dude who saw that, he ain't going to survive. Nobody giving up $90 billion, y'all. Nobody's going to do that. Fair or unfair, they're not doing that. This idiot thinks that he is going to defeat a giant like Google that has tentacles that reach all over the globe and damn near has endless resources and manpower. And he thinks he's going to go in there armed with the truth and defeat Google. Like the judges aren't going to be racist. Seriously. This lunatic actually believes this guy's a nutcase. You're not beating Google out of no $90 billion. Are you fucking crazy? That's never going to happen. I mean, I feel sorry for the guy. The guy's mind is gone. No one is going to lose a $90 billion court case, especially to a fucking bum-ass nigga on YouTube. This nigga is crazy. And the fools that follow him that actually believe this. Well, it could have happened. No, it can't. Not with him. The hell you mean it could happen? What the hell you think this is? The Wizard of Oz? What are you going to be talking about there? There's no money like $90 billion. There's no money like $90 billion. There's no money like $90 billion. They open up his eyes, it's going to be there. Get the fuck out of here. If Dorothy went into court trying to sue Google for $90 billion, Dorothy and her dog going to get their ass kicked. Nobody's losing no court case for 90. Where have they done that at? How you gonna win no fucking 90? Are you crazy? You guys gotta stop being so damn gullible and stupid. This is YouTube. People can fantasize to their heart's content. We got grown ass men up here, all right, still got fucking Spider-Man sheets on their bed. Wishing that they were superheroes. I done seen all kinds on here. It's YouTube, y'all. Let's be realistic. $90 billion is beyond a lot of money. That's a lot of effing zeros. Damn, how many zeros is that? Punch that up, 90 billion and count the zeros. Dang.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I believe that's 10 zeros, 10 or 11. I know a billion is 9 zeros. No, yeah. I think 90 is about like 10 zeros probably. Man, they're not selling out of no damn court with this lunatic. He don't have a case. The mother checkers, you know what he does, y'all? He goes to YouTube, right, homepage. Now, we all go to YouTube. When we log into YouTube, right, everybody's on YouTube homepage. You know, your icon is up there in the right-hand corner, right? And so when you click on that, you have options to go to your channel. Why? Because you're not on your channel. You're on YouTube's homepage. And on YouTube homepage, it has a lot of featured ads up there, upcoming shows, people's channels up there. He thinks that is his fucking channel. That is what he's trying to take into court against YouTube. He's trying to claim YouTube's homepage as his own and say that he's not being paid for what's being showed on YouTube's homepage. Mm-hmm. And the way he gets away with that, well, the idiots that believe him, is that he says that Google or YouTube by law can't have a homepage. Even though one is sitting right in your face when you log on to YouTube. So apparently YouTube is breaking the law in plain view of everybody. Even the law sees it. You got judges who log on to YouTube every day. They see YouTube breaking the law. Remember, RBR, according to RBR, YouTube legally can't have a homepage. He also said it about Google. He said YouTube and Google, and I bullshit you not. It's on tape. He literally said YouTube and Google can't have a homepage. Yes, he said that. And so the law logs into YouTube, uses YouTube every single day. So they see YouTube breaking the damn law. They won't do anything about it. According to RBR, they have a homepage. They're breaking the damn law. So you got judges who got channels, you got lawyers who got channels on YouTube. They log into YouTube every day and see YouTube breaking the law and won't do a damn thing about it. So RBR takes YouTube's homepage that everybody goes to when they log into YouTube, and he says that that's his channel. And that's what he's going to take YouTube's homepage channel. He's going to take YouTube's channel and YouTube's homepage into Google court against Google and say, YouTube's homepage is my homepage, and I want to get paid for the ads that you're showing on YouTube's homepage which is really my homepage. That's what he thinks. I bullshit you not. That's exactly what he thinks. Dang, how many zeros is that? 90 billion.
10.
That's 10 zeros, people. Who the hell is losing 10 zeros? You got to be first of all, you got to be a moron to lose that kind of money. Before they lose a case like that, they'll smoke everybody coming against them. They'll pay people to fuck up your life. They'll pay people to screw your credit up, put you in jail. They'll pay people to set you up. Before they lose that kind of money, they will absolutely smoke you. You're not beating anyone, especially in corporate, for no $90 billion. You got to be out of your fucking mind. And there is no incentive for YouTube or Google to settle with you because you have no case. Because your case is stupid. You can't come in there with YouTube's homepage that don't belong to you talking about they showing ads on my page. His page has been demonetized and they don't show any ads on his page. His page makes zero money. He does not make a dime off of his channel. Not 1 cent. Now I understand he's angry about that and he's pissed off and he's shaking his fist at Google that he can't make any goddamn money. But his content is shit. All he does is call black people stupid and dumb. And says the same thing over and over again on every show. That's all he does. I remember I clocked him one time, right? In 20 minutes, he called black people dumb 47 times and called them stupid 23 times. In 20 minutes. Dumb 47 times, stupid 23 times. And he calls that content. You're so dumb, you're so stupid. You're dumb, you're uneducated, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're dumb. That, according to him, that's top-notch content. And he had the nerve to keep calling himself a genius. Dude, you need some medication. Or the medication that you got is a little bit too heavy on your brain. Now, I don't know if it's those radiation treatments or whatever that done screwed your mind up. Something got your head effed up, bro. You're not a genius. You're not even close to being, you're not, dude, we still trying to figure out if you have a real degree. We trying to figure that out, and we trying to figure out why you won't show your damn degree. Everybody who has a degree is proud to show their degree. Your degree don't have any personal information on it. Just has your school and your name on it. And what you majored in. That's it. Everybody shows their degree. Everybody happy of showing their degrees. But you, for some reason, you won't show yours. I wonder why that is. Could it be because you're lying about it and you're not a journalist? You know what this fool said, y'all? Him and that guy, Al, okay, he has an echo chamber. A guy called the Al Show, who thinks he's smarter than everybody on earth, too. Because he's a writer, he thinks that he gets to come on YouTube and talk down to other people, right? And pick out spelling errors and use those spelling errors to say that you're dumb and you're stupid and you're unintelligent and you are uneducated. Blah, blah, blah stuff, right? He isn't the first fool that has said that, right? Okay. So he has a little echo chamber. These two magpies, Heckle and Jekyll, right? They said that trucking is not more important than journalism. They said journalism is more important than trucking. You believe that? These two magpies had the nerve to sit up there and say, journalism is more important than trucking. First of all, today anybody can be a journalist. I'm a journalist right now. Anybody, especially with social media. As a matter of fact, social media is killing mainstream media. People listen to YouTube and social media more than they do mainstream news. People come to their favorite channels to get news more than they do mainstream news. And they're already predicting that mainstream news is going to disappear because social media is on the rise, and all of these channels, everybody got all of these channels with all these different opinions and all this access. It pretty much done broke social media. So journalism isn't the same anymore. Anybody can be a journalist now. Anybody can be a reporter of news now. You don't even have to go to journalism school anymore. You can just make a channel and report the news. But he said that that's more important than trucking. Trucking that keeps this country going. And you know what else he said? How about this for being racist? He said, we don't need trucking. We can just get all of the Mexicans to drive the trucks. How racist is that? What kind of racist shit is that? What kind of racist hated shit is that? This nigga don't want black people to have nothing. He describes Al's hair, right? Because Miss Chantel, shout out to Miss Chantel, was talking about her hair. Okay? And when Al said something about his, he said, yeah, Al got that good hair. So I guess Miss Chantel's hair is nappy. Right? And he said Al had that good hair. Okay? This dude is pro-white. He is not pro-black. He hates black people. I still can't figure out why black women go over there. I still can't figure that out. I understand the trolls over there because the trolls, they ain't got no life anyway. And, racist white people love RBR. So I can understand why he gets donations. The devil has his supporters too. Okay? I understand that. I understand why he gets cash apps because they want to keep it going. Do you know that white people can't get away with what RBR does? If white people try to do what he does, they will get their shows taken away. You can't. White people can't sit there and call black people niggers all day long with the hard ER, all podcast long, and then call them dumb NRs at that, and stupid NRs at that. That's considered hate speech. I'm serious. That's considered hate speech. Whites can't do that. If JB Gunner did that, they would shut his show down. If PewDiePie did that, they would shut his show down. So he gets away with what white people can't do. That's why they support him. That's why the racists support him. Because he can do what they can't do. He can sit up there and call black people hard ERs all day long and get away with it. But anyway, let's get to the nitty gritty. Dame, do your FBI thing.
Okay, dokie. All right, let's cover our bases with the Copyright Act. Oh, hold on, let me get that off of there. All right, here we go. Now we can see it all together. All right. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes of criticism, definitely, comment, we won't be able to help ourselves. News reporting, only for those who don't know. Teaching, we're going to learn something new today, or the same old. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. Alrighty, let's get ready to rumble.
I see you. Wait a minute. How come you didn't change your avatar to Madam Sinclair? All right. So this is RBR on the left, and this is that idiot Zab on the right. We're gonna play a little bit of the video because we don't want them flagging us down because they're spoiled sports and sore losers and shit. So we're gonna play a little bit, and then we're gonna move to the audio only. Okay. All right. Now this is Sophia Stewart coming in, and these two ignoramuses attempted to interview her, which they failed miserably at. RBR got scared. He was scared of her because she was smart. And she was shutting him down every time he tried to say something about that stupid case and other things. She kept shutting him down. Okay. Zab was a dumbass as usual, cutting her off at crucial points. This dude should not interview. This dude couldn't interview a box of cookies. Okay? Seriously. He couldn't interview a garbage bag. This guy's an absolute idiot. And I'm starting to wonder if he's artistic. Shout out to punning, nothing against artistic people. I'm just saying, I'm just wondering. Is there some mental issue here? Is he artistic? Is there some medical issue here? I'm starting to wonder he may be artistic. And if he is, I don't want to be talking bad about it because that's a serious thing, autism. And that's not something we should be playing against. Okay, I'm sorry, talking about in a bad way. But we need to find out if people have this so we can get them help. I'm thinking he may be autistic and need some help. Okay. All right, play it.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Max is doing a little mild hating, but that's gonna happen.
All right.
Okay. I don't have no password. If they show you password, I don't have a password.
You might have to create a password.
Type it one in the chat if you can hear Sophia talking. That was her talking in the background.
Always, like they want to pretty much create an account. It's similar to Zoom, but it's a lot better than Zoom because it allows us to do more. It's easier on the laptop.
Hey, stop. This is why I think he has autism. You can't even, describe a simple process, without sounding like he coming in last at the end of the race. This nigga, well, it's simple and not like YouTube, just, it's StreamYards. I mean, it's how you hear about to start going, zip, 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 zip. Maybe that's the way. Maybe that's why his name is Zab, right? Because it sounds like at any point he's gonna break into some zip, 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 zap, zip, zip, zip. This dude seems to be too young to be punch drunk. Yeah, Kelly, I know about that. There are other people claiming, but no, it's been confirmed that it was stolen from her. It's been confirmed. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger said that he tried to buy the rights completely of Terminator from her and offered her $5 million. That is true. No, she is the authentic. She is the real deal. Okay, and she's definitely smarter than RBR. All right, play it. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So, no, I appreciate you, brother. All right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I wonder if she knows Pamela Lawrence, the Jamaican sister.
Yeah, that's him talking. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, hi, this is Stewart.
Man, it's so great to meet you. You're a legend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
you do that.
Yeah, you're a pioneer. Well, I was asking, did you know Pamela Lawrence, the Jamaican sister that wrote the Death of the Funeral movies?
I think you got that video about that.
Yeah, she.
So, yeah, what about her? Go on.
Well, yeah, no, I met her, man. She had a pretty good case, but her lawyer and the judge, her first lawyer and the first judge, they went to prison because they took a bribe from Sony.
Now stop. Get him on the screen for a minute, okay? Let me explain something to y'all about RBR, okay? RBR is a dreamer, okay? He's a woulda, shoulda, wannabe, right? So what he does is he constantly look up celebrities. He reads their Wikipedias. He reads some of their books. He takes all the information that he can, right? And then he reads it over, and he moves some things and interjects himself into that information, and makes it sound like he is the one that interacted with these people. So, for example, let's just say Nisha by Nature, right? RBR looked up Wikipedia by Nisha by Nature, and then it said in her Wikipedia that she had a friend that used to drive fast cars, right? And nearly got into an accident and killed herself. But, he was saved by his girlfriend. RBR would take that, take her friend out and put himself in that place. And then he'll start talking about, yeah, I know Nisha by Nature. I remember when I used to race cars, man, she was a good friend of mine. And yeah, she was a cute little thing. And one time I was racing down the street, man, and I saw her, she waved at me and I forgot what I was doing. And I got into an accident and almost killed myself. Okay? Man, she came to the hospital, got her brother well. Baby was motivated. That's what he does. And it makes it sound like he's a part of that information. And he's not. He finds a character in the information that he can attach himself to, and he removes that character and replaces that character with himself. And then he retells the story as if he's actually a part of the original story. He does that all the time. And that's what he's doing here. Play it.
Plus, the four my attorneys, they were bought out by Warner Brothers. And all people read is that old case from California, 2005, which was a RICO case, where I was trying to put them in jail because the FBI had come in on my case. They had counterfeited my script and my copyrighted script and copyrighted book. That's what they had adapted to the screen. And I wanted them put in jail because they tried to buy the copyrights from me for millions of dollars. And if my copyrights are worth billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And the judge, and my attorney, they sent four law firms to me to sabotage the case to keep the evidence from being put in. And Judge Barrow in that 2005 California case said the only thing needed to be put in was the movies, which are derivatives of the books and scripts. Mm-hmm. That's all I needed to win the case was the movies. And they bought the movies by attorneys and would not enter them in because they were paid by Warner Brothers.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I had to file a second court case in Utah. This was 8 years ago, and I beat all of them. And I got $3.5 billion in liens because I own all of their properties and companies. And I got almost $500,000 in attorney fees because I'm an attorney. And I went in and beat several law firms. One law firm had over 100 attorneys, but they could not beat me in law because I'm a prodigy.
Wow. No, I think your story is just fascinating. Well, I told Pamela, I said we probably would make more money.
Now, I want to direct your attention to something. Sophia Stewart is a hardcore Black woman advocate. Okay, she does not know who she's talking to. She thinks that RBR and Zab are a couple of up and up Black dudes, who are pro-Black and really into it and all that, right? She doesn't know that both of them are pieces of shit and they hate Black women. She doesn't know that. And as we go along, you're actually going to hear a moment that I'm going to point out to where she does not know who the F she's talking to. She never heard RBR cuss out black women. She doesn't know that he takes black women to bees. Okay? She's never heard Zab say he would never help a black woman, let the white man help her. Okay? She hasn't heard these things before. She don't know who these guys are. Okay? Play it.
If we made a movie about how Chris Rock and Sony beat you out of the film, than we would if we actually try to sue them. But she did win her case. They have 10 years to pay them, which is one of the questions I wanted to ask you. Was there still some provisions that were mandated in the case that are still loose ends? Like, do they have a certain period of time to pay you? Do you have the rights to move forward with making additional projects based off of your original copyrighted work? Is that still pending, or is that something that has been settled law?
My case has totally been settled and won, and I've been selling Matrix and Terminator even before the case was going on, before I even had a case. I went to the FBI. I come from a military law enforcement family, so I already knew law, already knew criminal law and all of that. And I'm gonna tell you something. I can help you with her case. I can help her and you guys so well that they will be hating on you guys.
Okay, stop.
I got a guy.
Stop. Now, at this point, right, she has no idea what kind of case RBR is talking about. She's assuming that he has a case similar to hers. But RBR's case is nothing like hers. Now, one of the reasons why I waited to do this podcast, right, I was going to do it the same day they did the interview, but I wanted to wait a couple of days because I knew he would lie about this interview. That he would make up lies and that he would try to springboard off this interview. And one of the lies that he's told throughout the week was Sophia Stewart believes that they can win their case. She never says that. Okay? And again, she doesn't even know what kind of case RBR is talking about. And she doesn't understand that he's using YouTube's homepage as the catalyst to sue Google for $90 billion. She doesn't know that yet. She actually thinks that it's his page that YouTube is depriving of money. She doesn't know that he's trying to claim YouTube's homepage as his own. And then the ads that are shown on YouTube's homepage, he's trying to say that they're not paying him. She doesn't know that yet. Okay? Play it.
Avatar copyright. They sold Avatar, some parts of Avatar from him, and another guy, Black Panther movie. They sold from him, and they came to me for help, and I got him his Black Panther copyright.
Oh, that's
and,
cool.
And I can show it to you. In fact, if Pamela had copyright, all the derivative work can be traced back to her copyright. And every product that they have made money off for her, I can show you guys how to own all of that property and to lean them up.
Okay, stop.
Well, she definitely.
Now, at this point, you hear how she's talking? She's actually talking. She thinks RBR has something. She thinks that he has some kind of physical something tangible that she can take into court and get copyrights for. She doesn't know that he doesn't have anything. She doesn't know that. She's talking like he actually has something. And Zab probably went and lied to her and said, yeah, this guy RBR, he's a genius. And he's trying to get this $90 billion from Google. They owe him $90 billion. Okay? And I don't even believe that she believes $90 billion. Nobody is going to lose $90 billion. Okay? That's not going to happen. No corporation on this earth is going to lose $90 billion to a single human being. It's never going to happen. Okay? And they have no reason to settle. Settle for what? They're not breaking any laws. He's the only one that's claiming that they're breaking law. All these smart people on here, all of these lawyers on here, there are judges with YouTube pages making money giving out advice. You're going to tell me that they're not going to say anything about YouTube not paying people? With all of these judges, all these lawyers on here, the law is on YouTube. This dude, check this out. This dude claimed that YouTube is breaking the law and not paying people their money. The law is on YouTube. Even Supreme Court justices have YouTube pages. The law is on YouTube. And you're going to tell me they haven't said anything? All of these high-powered lawyers and judges and all of that? You're going to tell me they haven't said, hey, Google, you're wrong. You're supposed to pay everybody. You're not paying people for their content. And so we're supposed to listen to him and believe his dumb ass over all these brilliant law people that are actually on YouTube, who are on Facebook, who are on Twitter, and they haven't said anything about Google? No one said anything about Google breaking the law? Come on now. Play it.
Definitely needs to do that.
Yeah.
Definitely needs to do that.
Put me to the test.
Yeah.
Hey, are you clicking the StreamYard link so you could come on? What's the progress with that?
I was having a little problem.
Oh, okay. YouTube probably would have been better. Facebook is kind of slow.
I can't come to YouTube because I don't have a YouTube account.
Oh, you don't have a YouTube account. Oh, okay.
You should ask for you to come to YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah, we got YouTube. They banned me from Facebook. They don't like too much truth. Facebook and Twitter, they have a problem with truth. That's like kryptonite to them.
Hey, stop.
Oh yeah,
There's another thing this guy keeps talking about. Whenever he brings up the fact that he's got banned for life from somewhere, it's always because he tells the truth. Okay, too much truth. Now, I don't understand why he believes that we believe that. But he keeps telling us that like we believe it. Like, sure, RBR, I believe that you got banned for life for telling the truth. I've never heard that happen to anyone but you. But yeah, I believe that you got banned from life for telling the truth. Will somebody tell you that they got kicked out of somewhere for telling the truth? You ever kicked anyone out of your house for telling the truth? You ever kicked anyone out of your car for telling the truth? How many of you have kicked somebody out of somewhere and banned them from coming in because they told the truth? Think about that for a second. How many people you have pushed out of somewhere or kicked out of somewhere and told them, don't you ever come around here no more because they told the truth? Person in your front yard telling you the truth. You on some get from round here. Don't come round here no more. Telling all that truth. Get from round here, damn it. Don't come round here no more. Somebody call you up on the phone. Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? I called to tell the truth. Don't call here no more. Think about that. How many times have you done that? Who have you thrown out of your house, kicked out of your yard, thrown out of your car, walked away from, tried to trip, pushed down because they told the truth? Play it.
they do have a problem with YouTube. I've seen what they've done to a lot of people. In fact, they snatched a couple of my accounts off because people were joining me. So, I got like 250 million fans, and with my worth, 2 to 3 billion
What's up, Joe?
globally. We make
Absolutely.
and I own the franchise. I'm the creator and the owner.
Oh wow, that is.
I can show you that in the ruling from the judges. That is
Now stop.
100%.
Now, obviously, there is something more with Sophia Stewart case, right? Because they keep making matrices. They've made Terminators. I don't know what happened. I don't know if she actually got money. I'm not sure what that was, but there was some ugly shit going on with her. But she is, I don't want to disrespect her because she's a brilliant black woman, but she's old news. We all know who she is. She doesn't move the needle anymore. He got 5 more people in the chat and 20 more people watching when she was on. She just simply doesn't move the needle anymore because she's had 1 billion interviews. She's been on everything. We all know who she is. And then again, they are too fucking lame to conduct a proper interview anyway. I mean, these guys are lame. Where do you hear the lame shit that Zab says? And then RBR is afraid to say anything to her because she keeps shutting him down when he talks. Play it, Dane.
That you need to interview me.
Yes, I definitely.
Stop.
Take my phone. Get my.
You know what she said? You need to interview me. They are interviewing her. She doesn't even recognize that because they're so lame. She doesn't even recognize it as an interview. That ain't the only thing she doesn't recognize. I'm going to point out that she has no idea who she's talking to. Play it, Dane.
My phone number real quick and interview me.
I'll text him your phone number. Don't say it though. I'll text it to him.
No, yeah.
I'll put it in the private, yeah.
For the public, so I have 3 phone numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and text them my private number. That was great.
All right.
Well, can you tell us a little bit about how lonely your journey was when you first started the case? I know that you probably didn't have a whole bunch of people supporting you. What was that like when you had to go out there on your own and you were making claims that just people were going to dismiss and say were salacious and all kind of other nonsense?
Oh, well, I had a lot of support because people saw that in the Matrix, it is black leadership role. They were talking about me in the media, which I just gave to Chad. In 1981, the Los Angeles Sentinel and Sophia Stewart was going to come out with the first black science fiction with black leadership roles. So it can inspire our children to become anything they want, including President of the United States. And it was Muhammad Ali was the Neo character, the one. That is why they wanted Will to play him because Will had played Ali in Spike Lee's movie. Mm-hmm. But the Andy and Larry Wachowski could not explain it. They are nothing but cross-dressers. They're not homosexuals. They're not part of the LGBT. They're putting on a front and lying to people. They've never had no sexual reassignments or no legal name changes. We requested that in the court because you have to put in the truth in a court. You can't use aliases. You can't use lies. You have to come with the truth. Otherwise, it's perjury. So what I'm telling you is that they couldn't explain my work to Will. And Will, that's why Will played Jim West.
Right. He said that they didn't explain it properly.
But they can't explain somebody else's work.
Yeah.
You can't explain somebody else's work. You won't be able to explain Picasso's work. You might give an idea of what you think Picasso painted, but only Picasso can explain his work. Only the true author can explain their work. They sounded like fools. Go on YouTube and listen to Will Smith. And Will Smith is saying, I missed a great opportunity because I didn't know what the hell those guys were talking about.
Yeah.
They didn't know. Matrix. You know the word matrix is the woman's womb or stargate or portal of 7,000-year Latin word.
Okay, stop.
Do you?
Stop. Okay, so this is where. Remember, I told you that she has no idea who she's talking to. I told you that Sophia Stewart is a big black woman advocate and thinks that black women are God. In her own way, she thinks that black women are God. She's getting ready to talk about the cosmic moon and all of that and creation and stuff like that. We're just gonna go over their head because they're a couple of doofuses. They don't even realize she's talking metaphysics. Okay, they have no freaking idea what she's about to talk about. She's about to lose these two magpies. Okay, she's very very much into the black woman as God in her own way. She don't do it in the conscious community way. She does it in the metaphysics way, and she's about to break that down right now. Go ahead, play it.
You know that the difference between a man and a woman is not the vagina or the penis, it is the womb. A woman can have a baby, and a man will never ever have a baby. He will never have a feeding tube for 9 months called the umbilical cord or breast milk instead of formula. That's why women have breast milk, because we don't need formula.
Well, that's true too.
A lot of the doctors buy up the milk in women after they had babies before they leave the hospital.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that? That's
Well,
why we have a
yeah, no, I appear we're having a discussion now about gender and race and how the role between men and women, where the old school was that women and men, the child was half of each, but it's not really. It's more the women. It's 76% women, and then it's 24% of the male. But most of the human DNA in a child is from the mother. All right.
Yeah. And Sophia, I'm gonna send you the.
Now stop. Now stop. Now this is RBR punking out. Now everybody who knows RBR, right, knows that he's hardcore on you are the race of your father, right? He didn't pull that shit with her. See, he knew better to pull that shit with her. He didn't. That's why he copped out talking about, well, 70%, 76% of the DNA is the mother. Well, that's not what he says around us, does it? I mean, does he? He's always, you, whatever your father is, that's who you are. He was afraid to pull that shit against her. Play it.
So I understand all of that, what you're discussing. But what God was talking about in the Bible was two lineages. There was the mark of the beast. That man, Cain's lineage, the mark of the beast, was about bestiality. That man had been sleeping with animals, and men and women had been sleeping with animals, and that's what the generational curse was about. They accept with it the pig vows. That's why certain people could take a pig vow, and other people could not take a pig vow. The universal blood was O positive. The Neanderthal, the O positive. Then what happened is the negative bloodline came 28,000 years ago, which the Illuminati have a lot of that negative bloodline. But when you came to the A and the AB and the B, that's when man started mixing with the beast.
But we definitely I definitely want to have this conversation. This going to get deep.
Now, okay. Zab interrupted, right? He's knocking his fucking brains out. They don't know what she's talking about, y'all. The 28,000 year bloodline she's talking about, that's called the Nephilim. She's talking in clear metaphysics right now. And neither one of these fools can follow her. That's why Zab got upset. Well, let's try to change the subject. Because he's blowing his brains out. Okay? They can't follow her. They have no idea what she's talking about right now. Okay? Play it.
But I want to ask you, because RBR, he's going to be able to explain to you the lawsuit that we're going to do against Google in regards to the copyright that, they're not paying us right now.
Stop.
And Google is making trillions of dollars.
What fool is going to go into a court case or try to in a court case with YouTube's homepage? I'm telling y'all, this is what he uses YouTube's homepage as his own homepage say they're putting ads on it and they're not paying him. And he justified that by saying Google and YouTube legally can't have a homepage because they are a platform. So they can't have their own homepage. So according to him, YouTube's homepage is his. And that's what he's going to take it to court. Hey, I'm going to come in here and sue you over a homepage that's not mine. And I'm going to sue you for $90 billion. Come on, man. Do you honestly think it's going to happen? Seriously? Do you honestly believe that that's going to happen? Play it.
And RBR, if you can, can you explain to her in more depth the lawsuit?
That's explained to me. I already understand it. I understand law greater than you can imagine. I'm an attorney, and what I know is the class action lawsuit, which that is a class action lawsuit.
Absolutely.
And you have to get a petition for all these people that have done wrong.
Now stop.
For this, and then.
Now, again, that's something he can't get. Okay? He's not going to get nobody to sign up except for Zab and a few trolls in his chat. That's it. Again, this woman is serious. She doesn't know that he's using YouTube's homepage as a catalyst to fight Google for $90 billion. She doesn't know that yet. Once she finds that out, she's going to think that he's a lunatic. But they've been careful not to divulge that information so far. Right now, she actually thinks that he's on something else and got some kind of real case. That's what she thinks right now. She doesn't know that this fool is using YouTube's homepage. Play it.
You can get the attorneys to come on, and this could be a class action lawsuit. It is the only way to handle this is as a class action lawsuit, because there are millions of subscribers that are affected by the policy and law.
Yes, absolutely. No, I definitely, we definitely
we can talk about that. I can help you.
Okay.
I can help you on many things, and Pamela also.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Law, a prodigy of law.
I appreciate it. Now, are you in California, or did you get it? How does that work? Were you licensed in California?
I'm a New Yorker. I went to FC. I got a journalism, a double major in law and psychology. I went to FC.
RBR also has a degree in journalism, so that's funny.
I know.
Yeah, I used to be a
gonna hate that.
I worked for Channel 13 with Oscar producer Barry Miller.
Y'all both got journalism degrees.
I used to work for the studios.
Okay, stop it.
I used to work for Columbia.
Okay, now that's an outright lie. RBR has never produced a journalism degree. Never. There's no evidence of him ever graduating from any journalism school or anything. He has a basic degree from the University of Washington. It doesn't say journalism on it. He has no actual journalism degree. Okay? So that's a lie. Play it.
Vice President Dick Barris's office.
Oh, okay. Deborah Chase used to work up there. Deborah Chase got me into the business. She used to work at Columbia. Deborah Chase. Deborah Chase. She used to work for. She had Denzel's production.
Yeah, Deborah Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard
She's
that
a nice girl. She helped me out.
Yeah. So I'm well versed in media. I used to be a West Coast correspondent on a national magazine. I'm a New Yorker, but I currently live in Vegas. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
here since 2005, but I'm a New Yorker from the boogie down the Bronx, famous J-Lo and Diddy.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm in the Bronx right now.
Oh, cool. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You got
so I'm a
good,
New
yeah.
Yorker, fellow New Yorker. So definitely can help you.
Oh, well, I know I would definitely be calling on you to get that going. Now, we had some issues when I first found out that it was a sister who wrote the Matrix and the Terminator characters. I fully understood the difference between the red pill and the blue pill. When I thought that it was
I
done
created
by
that also, the red and blue pills, the graphics, the special effects, and the character and the concept. I created all of that.
yes,
Came right out of my book. They adapted my copyrighted book and script to the screen. They don't have any scripts or any copyrights or trademarks with their name. They don't have any receipts of ownership that they bought it or sold it. They just told you guys a lie, creating an illusion, just like Houdini and Copperfield and Chris Angel. They created an illusion.
Now
to you
stop.
guys. They just told you guys a lie.
yeah, no, I hear you. Well, what's
Now
your
stop. Now there's something important coming up, right? She's going to expose RBR's pattern of thinking. See, this was a gem. I didn't know this was going to happen. This was a gem that fell right in my lap. She's going to actually expose that the way RBR think is programmed. It's a pattern. It's programmed. He's been programmed to think the way he's thinking, and she's going to expose that. Like I said, this was an unexpected gem. Okay, that's why RBR says the same thing over and over again, because he's been programmed, and she's going to expose that. Play it.
your take on the red pill being reality and the blue pill being a false world, a virtual world? Was that your intention, or was the intention
That came from me, all of that. The red and blue pill was, you take the red pill, you see how deep the rabbit hole goes. You take the blue pill, you enjoy the lie, you go to sleep, and then you kill for the lie, like Cypher. Cypher knew he wasn't eating any steak. He was eating mush. That is virtual reality, because they're creating all these subliminals and programming and got you guys plugged into a lot of lies and illusions and ignorance here. The red pill was about God's children, because when you cut them, they're bleeding red, blood. The blue was about the machines, because it's the blue and black ink of the machines are the blue and black oil. Because what I wrote was the second coming of the Christ consciousness, the evolutions of consciousness, man versus the machines. And I'm talking about the virtual world on my interviews on YouTube 12 years ago. The Matrix 4, the fourth installment, the real fourth installment, is Matrix 4, cracking the genetic code.
Okay, stop.
And I'm talking about.
Okay, at this point, she done blew these two niggas away. They don't know what she's talking about. Okay, they lost in the sauce. You're gonna hear Jazab blurt out some retarded nonsense to try to get her back on RBR's stupid ass lawsuit. But right now, she's gone, man. These niggas don't know what she's talking about. Play it.
All of this stuff that you guys are talking about now, I've been talking about it since the 80s. In my book, The Illuminati, the virtual world. I was talking about Apple before Apple even came upon the earth. In interviews, my attorneys were blown away. They were like, "Oh my God, you told us about Apple before it came." And I'm gonna tell you where it's gonna go in the future when the satellites come into play. That is how deep it is. That everybody is going to have a 6x9 thin touch tablet in their hand. And it's going to be everything. Because in the future, when virtual reality comes into play, and I was talking about this, they call it metaverse, but it's called the Matrix. But they call it metaverse. Metaverse is an old 50, 60 terminology. But he's talking about the Matrix. I was talking about that we were going to have a virtual world, virtual businesses. That I was going to start the first virtual business. And that people would step in the virtual world and they would see crime scenes. I was talking about this many, many ago. I know this blows your mind.
No, you were ahead of you. You kind of remind me of me. Shit, you ahead of them. You about 10 years ahead of them, and that's how you supposed to be.
No, I'm 100. No, I'm
100.
100.
Oh, you went for the century mark.
Yes, I'm 100 years ahead. Because the Matrix, I am talking about virtual reality. I'm talking about the machines that they're going to create. Is the test tube.
Stop. Now at this point, I'm not even. At this point, I'm laughing, right? Because I'm sitting there and I'm listening to these guys, and I know that they don't know what she's talking to. And I know that. Hold on one second, huh? I'm on it.
Okay, BMT.
Hold on one second.
BMT Joe, take your arguments outside. If it ain't on the topic, I want to hear it. So BMT, you got something to argue with Joe about? Take it somewhere else, not in here.
They're okay. Let them fight it out. Anyway, you guys are cool. Y'all can knock heads in here. Anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah. So at this point, I'm laughing because I know that they're lost. And when she hit RBR over the head with that 100 years, right? You thought he was saying something when he said 10, and she left him to dust with 100 years. You can tell he kind of resented that, so he laughed about it. Both of them doofuses laughed at it. Because at that point, let's just face it, they was lost, didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. They was probably happy for the laugh and a little bit of break because she was smoking their heads. And she even asked him, she said, I know this blows your mind. It was blowing their mind. Okay? It was blowing their mind. Play it, Dan.
Baby, petri dish baby, artificial inseminated baby, gender manipulated baby, gender bender.
Nah, BMT, no, Joe. Go right ahead. I'm interested in the conversation too. I want to see, because I've heard some, believe it or not, I've heard some stuff too. Okay? I want to see what's going on. So y'all, by all means, continue. Yes, Mike Green Eyes. She's a revolutionary thinker and a creative genius, and they talking to her as if her equal. I know, right? It's a lame. That's why I said it's one of the lamest interviews I've heard in quite some time. Clearly, she's over this. She's too much for them intellectually, and these two clowns should have never interviewed her. Okay, but Sophia is a very, very nice black woman. She will talk to you. She will try to help you. I've talked to her. I mean, she is, man, she blew my mind on the metaphysics level. I was just listening. I mean, the stuff, y'all don't even, man, when she gets into the universe conversation, it's over, y'all. How do you think I learned about the, I learned that the black hole is a cosmic wound. I learned that from her. And she's got the science to back that up. That a black hole, the reason why they don't know what a black hole is, because it's a cosmic womb. And its purpose is to continuously give birth to the universe. Stars come out of that womb. You know, it's a cosmic womb. The woman is in the Milky Way with her. She's out there in the Milky Way somewhere. Okay. And she's if listen, I suggest, if you don't have that much of intelligence, just ask her a question and sit back and just let her roll. She will go on and she'll make the content for you. Just let her do her thing. You ain't even gotta try to stop her. Just let her go. She will absolutely blow your mind. An unbelievably brilliant woman, probably one of the greatest minds of our time. It's sad that she was on the show with a couple of jackals that she doesn't even know. She doesn't know who she's talking to. Doesn't know that the two guys he's talking to are absolutely pieces of shit and don't like black women. Had she known that, she wouldn't have did the interview. I guarantee you, had she known these two jackals didn't like black women and the way they treat black women, she would have never done an interview. Play it, Dan.
Drones, clones, hybrids. I'm talking about all of that. Those are the machines. They're living amoebas. But seedless grapes, seedless oranges, seedless apples, seedless watermelons, that is what you're dealing with. God's children versus mankind, or a kind of man, but there's nothing but a living organism, seedless and soulless.
Wow.
Because the seed or the soul comes through the womb, comes through the matrix. Matrix is a 7,000-year-old Latin word for the woman's womb.
Yeah.
It's mentioned 5 times in scripture in the Bible. In the King James
stop.
Bible, it's mentioned.
Okay, at this point, Zab and RBR, their minds have been totally cooked. Okay? The stuff she's dropping now about the woman's womb is just, they can't handle it. They can't handle it. Okay? Sophia Stewart thinks the black woman is, and believes that the black woman is God. Okay? She doesn't actually come out and say that. She doesn't do it the conscious community way. She breaks it down with knowledge so that you can't refute the evidence that the black woman is a god. She hits you with the knowledge and the science of it. So that you can so that you can walk away and say, God damn, is a black woman a god? Yes, she is. Play it.
3 times in Exodus, 2 times in Numbers. Everybody can Google it. Exodus 34th chapter, 19th verse. God says, all those who open up the matrix come out of the woman's womb or stargate or portal into this physical domain called Earth or his children. Because man's children are 1D, one-dimensional amoebas, living organisms where a dog or a cat won't even touch a seedless grape. They won't eat seedless watermelon. They won't eat seedless anything. They won't even touch it because they are looking at what they're eating, but you guys only see the subliminal. You guys see watermelon.
But Sophia, I don't know if you're like aware of this, but there's like an online community. They call themselves the Manosphere, and they're stealing your concept of the red pill and the blue pill.
Okay, Dane, stop right there. Okay, right now I got to take a break, y'all. I'll be back around 7. Damn, I told you about this. So keep it there. You can open up the panel. BMT and Joe, y'all can come on up and air y'all differences out, man, if y'all want to, so you ain't got to type in the chat. And Dame, stay out of it. Okay? If they do come up and want to work the differences out, you stay out of it. Okay?
Okay.
Let them rock out. All right? So I'll be back, y'all. Name entertain the crowd till I come back. I'll be back in about a little bit after 7, y'all. Okay? Do not shut down the stream. If you want to play a little bit more Sophia Stewart, you can if you're curious. But kick it with the people. Y'all can talk about anything till I get back. And like I said, if BMT and Joe want to come up and rock out, y'all more than welcome to air y'all differences out. Okay? And Dame, if they do come up, stay out of their way. Do not get involved. Okay? Let the men handle their own business. All right?
Okay.
All right, y'all. I'll be back.
Okay, everybody. Those that want to come up, the link is pinned to the top. If y'all don't see it or have any trouble, let me know, and I'll just post it again in the chat. So I knew it was gonna be a deep conversation with Sophia Stewart. Yeah, and And is right. For a so-called journalist, he wasn't doing much of an interview. But then again, a lot of stuff she was saying is powerful. It'll mute you. I guess he didn't know how to conversate with her, or he was too afraid to alienate her. Okay, hi BMT.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Dame? What's going on, Black Knight? Shout out to you, Battle. And I wasn't. I came over here because, like, I support y'all channel. You feel me? So and it wasn't nothing. Like I said, I just came over to see what y'all talking about and stuff. And it wasn't nothing of contention. But there's a verse in the Bible, like if you have an ought with somebody, call it out. You know what I'm saying? Don't just sit on it. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't have no anger for Joe, because Joe's a military person. Just like Black Knight, even when me and Black Knight butt heads, it's not out of anger. We talking to that out as men.
Oh, okay.
But my issue was that I've been having people that have been coming at my character. You understand? If somebody comes at somebody's character, but let's say I rock with you, and this is for anybody in the chat. If I rock with you, I'm not going to sit with my opposition and laugh with them at you. Does that make sense? Because then I can't say I'm your friend or I'm your affiliate, because then you would be side-eyeing me. I don't care if anybody try to slice it. That's how I was always raised. If somebody gonna start saying stuff about you or speaking stuff ill about you around me, hey, bro, you got to go. Yeah, man, but I'm not coming at you. No, it's not about that. I'm cool with that person. So if you got some shit you got to say with that person, I'm not going to entertain you, because I respect that person. When the Gulag gang was coming at Black Knight, I didn't entertain them. Hey, bro, come on, BMT, you be going around. Yeah, I do go around it. That's why it would be fraudulent of me, because I'm cool with Black Knight. I'm cool with Dame, and I'm cool with Charlene. And Charlene and any of y'all can watch my tape. I don't ever let them just come at her or come at any of y'all ill will around my shit, because I'm gonna be like, no, that's my people. Just like when I come around y'all, I gotta respect y'all house. So when that's how I've always been, Kelly, Mo, anybody I rock with, and if I'm down or ride with you, I'm not gonna let other people. I'm not gonna laugh or chill with other people saying or doing things about you. That's how I ride with my valor. That's how I ride with my stuff. People can say, well, it's just YouTube. True, but it's still the customer courtesies. Now, people had a thing about it because I went and interviewed certain people of different communities. I run a content channel. I expose a lot of stuff going on in my community. Now, if I find it interesting, the men of these spaces have so much ill will against women and against Black people, but they act and move differently, and people like fucking with them. And I don't mind going up on panels and calling it out. Other people like sitting in the cut and just watching. I don't do that. I'm gonna speak my mind. I don't play favorites. I don't pander. Y'all know that. So, like I said, I'm just telling it to you straight, Joe. I just been watching from different times. I've seen you laugh with oppositions that have said things about me, and I'm like, damn, this would be my battle. But you laughing with them. I've never done that with they said stuff about the general, Mella, Platinum, you. Anybody who's a vet, I've never sided with the other opposition when they come at any of y'all. Whether I agree with y'all or not, I never do that, because I look at y'all differently. I separate y'all differently. Even though now Charlene's a vet, I would never let somebody just say anything about her and don't think I'm gonna sit there and say, oh, just YouTube now, but that's my battle. So how anybody else want to take it, that's BMT's thing. I've always been like that. So get you saying what you got to say. I'm not, like I say, I'm gonna listen. I'll be quiet.
Finish?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, brother. Let me tell you something. When it came to things like when they said the fake valor thing with you, I was the one that spoke up on that. And I said, that's not fake valor, what he's talking about. It's not a fraudulent thing. Actually, it is something you can do with the 18 X-ray thing. You know, I said, I know that we could do it in the Marine Corps. We could come to the Army and do 18 X-ray or whatever they call it in the Army. And I was the one that spoke up on that and said, no. That's not that's not that. When what's this, that guy with the freaking FICO scores and all that other crap was talking crazy.
I
So
wasn't
the
there
thing
for
with,
that. I wasn't there for that, Joe.
okay, but the thing about it is like I said, you might not be there for that. Now, when it comes to Jahan or any of them other cats and all that little craziness, they've been doing that nonsense for months and months and months. Now, I might be laughing at some other goofy junk they're doing or the Avatar or whatever else. But like I said, in the case of you, I'm not in too many places where you actually even get brought up, except RBR, his foolishness. And I don't even bother with RBR. He's the only one that kind of, because he's mad because you got his channel knocked down or some shit like that. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But the thing about it is, you don't even get brought up in a conversation pretty much, except over at Reggie's. And the only time you really get brought up there is if you're there. And that's some junk that dumb clowns basically when they start clowning around and doing stuff in silly crap or changing avatars or doing idiotic nonsense like that. That's the funny part.
You know the thing about it, Joe, and that's it. And I appreciate you when you actually call that out, because about that when the guy was saying you can't do stuff like that with the contracts, and I was like, yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
It's not a hurt, even though that people, I understand people in YouTube don't understand it. Put it like this, bro. When certain women were coming at you, I was protecting you because I take it as y'all are my brothers. It means a lot to me, but I buried a lot of my brothers, and the ones I still do have, I treat y'all like y'all my family. If you said, whenever it comes to that, about farming or anything, or just talking about stuff, I have 100%. I always back you. Even as much time as me and AC go at it, and people always say, when people said came at me, AC said, hold up, y'all. Whatever me and BMT argue about or fight about, that's my brother. That's my battle. We allowed to fight like that. At the end of the day, he's still going to rock for me. Even when other people remember when other people from other chats were saying stuff about you, I said, not here on not in BMT country. No. Joe's my battle. Y'all not And then you even came on the panel and audited out your issue. And I said, hey, y'all gonna listen to the man. I will never under any circumstances ever side with opposition for the sake of my brother or my family.
No, you never do that, because the thing about it is at the end of the day, people with their little silliness on YouTube and their little idiotic things will never understand, and especially veterans that never understand what it's like to be a vet. And the thing about it is like I said yesterday, we had a little conversation, and they were kicking it around about me because I said, I pay to go to the VA. AC and all the one up there, keep it techie.
Right.
I think that's his name. And I don't know if you was up. No, you wasn't up there. I think my man Lou was up there.
No, we was all up there. We was all on.
You were, yeah, okay. You was, yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah,
so
I was
thing
saying,
about
this is a whole veteran union. I said,
right.
I said, Lou is a vet.
Right. All of us are pretty much, except for up there, except for Reg and Brian.
Right.
Except for Reg and Brian. But the thing about it is, when it comes to protecting and doing and honoring and respecting people, oh no, I'm gonna be the first and foremost one to sit there and say, no, that's not right. When RBR gets in his little crazy mode, no, that's not right. Oh, they're this or that. Now he might get mad or whatever, kick you off or this and that and the third. Or anybody else that might say something, no, it's not right. It's the same thing as when a certain person was mad at you and me, I guess, in a sense, because of the past issue they had with the individual that was on Reg's panel today that they caught on. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's why they got mad at me, but I refuse to attack you.
Right. And the thing about it is I refuse to attack you with it. Because the thing about it, that's why I sat back and said, no. First of all, you're coming back 4 years later to ask a question about something that you should have asked back then. And the people that they're putting the energy into, I had to tell them, is actually the wrong people. You need to be attacking the person that did the crime to you, not the cats that basically happen to be innocent bystanders of the crime.
Yes, Right.
So the thing of it is, and that's what I always did, PMT. Let me tell you something, brother. I've always, like I said, have respect for you, like I do pretty much else. Staying
And
friends.
I have respect for
Yeah,
you. I have
black.
respect for you as a father, as a
Yeah.
black man. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm serious. But on the Black Knight, anybody else, like I said, when people start talking crazy, and they do, and a lot of times they don't even know these individuals, like they don't know us. They don't know, I mean, we see you out there trying to do things in the community. They out there trying to, I mean, in that part of the country where you at in South Carolina, you're doing a lot of stuff. You hooked up with old girl Mahogany Roots, and y'all doing a lot of things. I know the area because my grandmother was from Bamberg, South Carolina,
Mm,
so I know exactly when she went to Voorhees College. So
okay.
yeah, so
Respect.
I know the area, So the thing about it is, we go back when it comes to people, and even like Mahogany, another one that's a veteran. When
Shout out to
people that
Mahogany.
sit there and criticize them or say some things like that, well, yeah, they're talking stupid or they're this and that, and why is she going into? Because they felt tilted about something you said. That's why she's asking questions, or she's mad, or he's mad, or he's this and that. But when it comes to something like this, brother, nah, come and speak to me. Because if I did something out of order, I'll be the first person to tell you, yo, I apologize. I'll
That,
stand on
and
my
and
dog.
and
I'll
that's
stand
why
10 toes down.
and
No,
that's why I respect Black Knight and Dame and y'all for allowing us as men and veterans
yeah,
to have this conversation. I'm never going to do nothing crazy where I'm going to just blatantly attack Joe, because at the end of the day, Joe is still my brother. Joe is still my family.
no, yeah.
Just like
Okay.
people just like when me and Black Knight had our discussion and we were having our mental joust, but at the end of the day, Black Knight is still my brother. And he can always call and say, BMT, I need to do this. Or if Dame or any of the women or Charlene would say, hey, BMT, we need a male's perspective, I'm on my way. Y'all want to have other than if y'all don't feel like talking to Black Knight, I'll be on my way. The thing about it is, and this is for me, but I know people were asking about that of the alphabet community in BMT. I run companies. I cannot just kick out people, employees of their lifestyle. I could get a lawsuit. Does that make sense? I can get a lawsuit for that. Okay. Now, I still have always put Black fathers and Black community first. As long as y'all been watching my channels and y'all can look up what's in my about page, I have always been doing that. I've been on many channels. I've been bantered. I've been doxxed. I've been had my children attacked by Black people, Black men of these sectors. And I'm like, damn. When I ask people like, hey, y'all want to invest in getting some homes? Nah, man. You work with the white man. I'm like, hold up, bro. Veteran VA stuff, I've done tried to help, but like I said, and it's like, it's the people that want to be down to help get attacked a lot. The name jawline that they like to call Black men like me are men that speak up for women, that try to have a balanced perspective. I don't mind wearing that mantle. I don't have no anger or aggression against Black women. I love my women. I have nothing but I love my Black women. My children are going to be Black women. My nieces, my daughters, I love Black women. But I'm fair, and I call about accountability. Shout out to the women on here when they called out the Sukiyana thing that I was talking about. They were not for that. I love accountable women. I'm not perfect, and I've even seen you talk about accountability, Joe. I just don't. I sorry if I jumped the gun, if I wasn't a true battle, but I just felt a certain type of way because we're having it where I'm starting to. For me, I'm just making now clear distinctions of oppositions who do not want nothing good for Black people or Black families versus those who are just here and just will complain.
Oh, please tell me about it. Because let me tell you something. I worked pretty much my adult life, and outside of the service and in college, of course, there was you know, my civilian life in banking. And I think about I taken more people to the promised land than a little bit. More people got their home and their business and their schooling and all those good little things started because of people like me that sat there and helped my community to make sure that they could get the right thing and they wouldn't get bamboozled, led astray, or lied to. It's the same thing with the farming thing. We help the babies do it so they can learn how to do it. My wife is the ag teacher and the professor at the college and also at the high school here. My son goes to Auburn for the same exact thing. He deals with the genetics crap. It's all about helping your people out. You get paid a ton of money for it? Oh, hell no. I ain't looking for the money. I'm at the stage in life I don't need it like that. But at the end of the day, it's all about doing those things. And so, like I said, man, if I ever disrespected you in any sort of way, that ain't never been me. Anybody knows how I get down. And I have family members that sit on these YouTube streets and actually sit in these channels and on some of these panels. And I know who exactly, they know me since I was a little kid. So the thing about it is I don't do that. Like it's a Jahan and they're silly. I mean, and Will Clinton and all them, they going on everybody, and they doing their little silliness and their little nonsense, and and it's just that I laugh at it because they just goofy about stuff, like Leonard Roy with the freaking FICO score, or his Mercedes Benz key. I mean, yesterday on the video, I think on GMTs, he went outside and showed the car or something. I mean, they were talking about some other stuff, but that's all that is. But when it comes down to the brass tacks of being and doing and standing by someone, oh man, please.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with men trying to show us Mercedes and
I mean
and all these
that's what I'm
goddamn
impressed with.
European car like
Shoot, because gas prices being the way they are, I might be riding one of these damn horses over here that you see. Well, you won't see them in the background, but that you hear in the background. So I might be riding one of them damn things. So
I'm not impressed by that. Like, see, that's the thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. And I agree with you. A lot of people get on panels to try to either shame people, down people, or talk down on our own people at a moment's notice when there's a lot of stuff already at hand. Okay, cool. You showing me a car, Negro. Anybody I can go get a goddamn Mercedes. No offense. I can tell y'all the game on how to get that shit. I mean, I lived up north. A lot of people are riding around. If y'all live in northeast, that's a Mercedes is an average car to drive around. I'm just being honest. You can
around here it
at
is.
the Armenian. Right. You can get them at the Armenian and at the shops. Like you can pull one off the lot for at least about two stacks or during tax season. Because the upkeep is ridiculous. I'd rather go get me a car I know I can pay off and go and it's going to be useful. I'd rather go get a truck, a Jeep, call it about a day. I talk to brothers and listen, I have more women that hit me up on how to get property and stuff. And mind you, if you see my show, like, I bring on.
Is it me breaking up or is it him?
If it's something.
No, it's BMT. He's breaking up.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, okay. I was want to make sure.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Y'all hear me?
No, we hear you now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Like my sin on Black YouTube is I don't just bring on just what people want to hear. I bring on what y'all need to hear, regardless of how it may be, because we don't live in a bubble. So if it's somebody who knows how to get you housing or property, I'm going to bring them on. So that way y'all can probably somebody want to know how to get a house. They want to know how to fix their credit. Somebody want to know how to go get their LLC or their business and stuff. Some people don't know. BMT, is that person LGBT? Who gives a shit? They're going to tell you how to get your house. Don't worry about what they're doing. Worry about getting your credit up, bro. You get your credit up, you can go get a house and move somewhere far away from them. You worry about the little minute stuff. I don't want to see no kids, and Joe Reese had to talk about this. I don't want to see no black foster care. My cousin was a foster kid. I know a lot of kids in foster care. I'd rather them get adopted by somebody that's going to love them than leave a kid in foster care. That's the worst thing. So I'm not for leaving kids in foster care. We got enough black kids.
No.
A lot of people against me saying, hey, I'm BNT, you for black women getting abortion? I'm for black people having choice. I'm for people having a choice. Why is that so hard to believe? When they can start pulling your choices, that's a dangerous game. You and I both understand, and Black Knight understand, when Uncle Sam can tell you, sorry, turn to the left, come get your cattle brand shot. You don't even know what they're shooting up in you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Y'all don't know that, life, but trust me, y'all going to find out real soon and then these black men are crazy. These dudes are crazy. They're praising stuff. That's why I said a lot of these people are ops, man. And I call them when I say, I challenge anybody to come challenge me on that one. A lot of people are ops. I'm just being honest, Joe. That's why I be calling them ops. I do apologize for what I said to you. Let me apologize.
No, bro. If you
But-
misunderstanding, you perceive something to be what it was, and that's why I say with that. I break bread with anybody. I don't want to. No, because I want clarity in the conversation. I want us to understand where we stand at, where we at. Because the thing about it is, it's like texting. It's like when you text somebody and you're saying things in the text, it doesn't have the same understanding or meaning that it does when I say it, when it comes out of my mouth and I show it in my action. Man, please. The shoe on the other foot, somebody BMT was saying this and that. I don't listen to all that junk. And then you got to watch out with these cats here too, with people. They'll put a fake freaking, if you see me somewhere and I don't have a daggone wrench, chances are it might not be me. I had somebody get mad at me one time. This sister got mad and I'm like, what are you talking about? And she had this screenshot. I said, well, look at one thing. The last name is spelled wrong. Hello? It wasn't me. I said, I said, I don't even know what you're talking about. No, brother, we gonna go forward from here. And like I say, I appreciate that Dame Frankie and my man Max. They it allowed us to have this time to do this, because when it comes to like I say, like Mella, even now, Mella don't piss me off a few times with stuff and kind of set me up on something that another person and I ended up in an argument, but we worked through it. And it was something that I was like, okay, we had to work through it. I said, I ain't got no beef with Mella. Shoot, actually, me, I like Mella.
No,
and then huh?
Right. Like no, because Mella comes on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
And she came and defended me.
Shoot, she was able to tie. I think not to cut you off, but I think it was was it here? Where what's her face? I'll say her name, Miss Chantel. Was kind of going at me, and I'm thinking like, boo boo, I don't need to sit here and lie to you about nothing. Like I said, I did what I did. I showed you my ID badges and everything else. I still got my shit from the bank. I still have my licenses from my securities and things. Say the thing is, they're just dormant right now. I don't have to use them.
I think that's the thing about it, bro. Is a lot of people don't believe that some of us were on our purpose,
right?
Trying to do things so that way a lot of people that we rock with didn't have to travel out to go to other sources. You can go straight to that source. Like everybody was laughing at me on certain men's panels. You know what I'm saying? Because I was saying, black men, y'all need to go get firearms. Y'all need to go get ammunition. Don't go online to get ammunition if you can help it. You can go to the store, go get you a 9mm, a shotgun. I was going over for women on getting knives, mace, pepper spray, different stuff like that. What are you gonna do when the gangbangers come out? Gangbangers ain't walking out in the country for nobody. Stop it. Nobody's doing that. But I want our people to properly be equipped to protect themselves. I'm like, y'all, the laws are changing. I don't have a problem. My video. I think my channel got shut down for a while because I was on there. I was on there with my kids, showing them how to shoot. I have my little daughters. My daughters love shooting. They love going out shooting. They can be girly when they want to, but if I say daddy's going out to the range to go shoot, them girls will run, grab their shoes, throw on some jeans, throw on their hats, and they will tie up their hair in a ponytail, and they'll go out. I don't have a problem with a black woman shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with boys knowing how to be men. I don't go around calling men simps. I don't go around doing that shit. That's crazy to me. It's just called proper Southern etiquette. So you're never gonna hear me go around saying, "Oh, that's a simp."
Mm-hmm.
How is that if he pays for his woman to go get her hair or her feet? That's me. I don't have a problem. I want my woman to look nice and good. But that's jawline shit. That's jawline.
Well, it's like being a simp for being married. I said, well, I guess I've been a lifelong one because I've been married, 31 years combined?
But I respect you. I respect
So,
you because of that. I
you know,
respect you because of that.
I had to laugh about that last night. I said, my wife was like, I said, yeah. I said, yeah, married. Put it this way, a young little poop butt that's never been married and halfway never been in a relationship with no woman is going to sit there and tell you that you a simp because you're married in a relationship with somebody and it's working. Now, make that make sense. Hey,
Yeah.
I don't write this stuff. I couldn't make some of this shit up. I'm sorry, excuse me, Tay, but I couldn't make some of this stuff up. You know.
A lot of these dudes are sus. A lot of these dudes are sus. They rather follow men on YouTube, like for daddy. And this is how you know a lot of them are missing father figures. You know, because they on here so badly looking for a daddy or some type of masculinity for validation versus that of looking into themselves. I can never tell. Go ahead.
No, I said it. Oh, that might be. You might hear something in the background. I'm sorry. No, I don't.
But see, I can never holistically tell a woman to follow behind a man that follows behind another man. That's an inefficient leader. That's an inefficient leader.
That's called church. That's what they do in churches.
Right. Listen. It'd be a cold day in hell for a man sitting on some pulpit with a cross or gold piece on him. It's gonna tell me and my woman how we need to move in my household. Like, get the hell out of here. That's blasphemy.
Yep.
I don't need no man in no suit with glasses that has failed and failure telling me how I need to be a man. Why? Because he downs women? I don't need that. Listen, I don't need to do all that. Like I said, like this is where how bad it's getting. That, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I rock heavy with you. You know, I rock heavy with you. I rock heavy. A lot of veterans for the most part. A lot of us on here, for the most part. Some of us. There's a few bad apples. But for the most part, a lot of us are balanced or try to have some type of balance. You know?
Yes, indeed. And that's what it's all about. But like I say again, nobody. No, I mean, laughing and joking. I laugh at them when I hear stuff about myself. I said, that's new. I said, I learning something about myself every day here on YouTube. Damn. I'm like, come on, man. I didn't know that, you know. And then you sit there and the person will be sitting there saying it like it's gospel. And I'm like, no, but that's quite interesting, you know. And that you would say that, or I would hear it because it was kind of like, no, you must have me confused with somebody else. Because I'm like, I don't go to a lot of these places that people are talking about, you know, platinum. You know, nothing against them. I just don't go to those spots. I just never, you know, entertain any of that. But or you know, even like I said, RBR, I had to step back from that nonsense. You'll see me in every blue moon. You know, I might say, hey, hello to, you know, Danica and all of them, and you know, like I said, when he was disrespectful with Dame Frankie, I'm like, you did say it, RBR. You know, you said it. He'll get mad. You know, he'll get mad and huff and puff at you, then kick you off the panel, and sit there and play that silly game like he was playing the other night. You know
the thing about it with Ken RBR, I struck him because he was, first off, the first thing was I invited teenagers onto my show. I asked for permission from their parents. And I brought them on my show. And I wanted the teenagers to tell me how they felt about the current climate of America. RBR came on. Me and Classic Ruby were there. He started attacking the teenagers because they thought he was weird. I kid you not. The teenagers thought he was weird.
Well, yeah.
And so he said I was indoctrinating the teens into being young Nazi Hitler's youth and stuff.
Oh, here we go.
I was like, dude, you're attacking kids. on my platform. How that gonna make me look when they go back to their parents saying, well, DMT just allowed that guy to start cursing at us? Hell no, I'm getting rid of you. So I'm never gonna rock with a dude that's gonna attack kids because they have a different fallacy of belief. And I tell that to a lot of people, like, the kids these days don't think like how we think. They don't. They don't. You know, y'all think y'all telling girls to go back in the kitchen and be barefoot and pregnant. Tell your daughters that. No, because a lot of women want to go to work. They want to make their own money. They want to be able they don't mind working with a man, but they also want to have their own brain too. I don't think you tell your woman, shut up, do what I tell. I don't think what man would want to tell his woman to be a mindless drone?
None. I mean, I don't. My wife would tell you, and my ex-wife of 20 years would tell you, I rarely ever raise my voice. I'm pretty much almost like my father in that. We're quiet relatively. I'll watch and see what happens, observe, and then take appropriate action if need be. And on a situation. And even my kids would tell you, I don't get into all that rebel, screaming and hollering and ranting and raving. I'm like, no, no. It's not about that. It's not about. I'm not gonna have a heart attack over some damn, especially somebody here on YouTube that I don't even know, never touched, can't see, don't know anything about them outside of what they've told you about themselves, and that's it. I'm not gonna be disrespectful. I don't call women out their names. I think on here I've never called any woman the B word. I don't, or H's or anything else, because if it's that serious, then I just need to move on. If they got you that mad, then you need to go someplace else. Don't be bothered. But you have a lot of individuals here that like to take on that fight. They like to battle with each other. They like to go on and on and on. I ain't got time for it.
I don't try to tell people how to do their content or anything because that's not my fight. I won't lie. Even sometimes they say hit dogs holler. And if you're upset about something, and I got to give a shout out to Super Sly. He said, if you don't like fat chicks, why are you mad at what they do? You don't like them anyway, so you wouldn't be bothered by them. If you don't like I don't have time to let certain people live free in my head. I just don't. There's enough stuff going on. So the stuff that goes on, like, I share certain stuff with people. Like, for me, like, I shared, and some people try to use it as a talking point. I shared on how a girl I was dating, she got a backdoor abortion. And she did that. And they said, she's evil. I said, well, first off, and I had to look, and I'm looking objectively. I'm not excusing what she did, but we were just fooling around. We were fooling around. I went to Job Corps. By the time I came back, she got the abortion. She didn't know if I was going to stay with her or not. And that's a hard decision that a lot of women have to understand. Like, damn, like, I don't know if this dude's going to stay with me or not. Now, was I hurt about it? Yes, I was. I'm not going to lie about that. But I am very objective. I try to look at both sides of what's happening. And I try, and I'm understanding balanced people don't get no respect or love out here. You got to just be an asshole 120%. And I can't. Like I said, Joe, I do apologize. I just want you to know that. I ain't got no art against you, bro.
No, and I do apologize to you too, due to the fact that it was something that obviously it was heavy on your heart, and was maybe a misunderstanding of sorts, and if you are laughing at someone, no, a person that it's something personal to them. Oh hell no, that's not a good thing. Because like I said, that's not like I said, that happens to me. I had to laugh at some of the shit they say about me, but I'm like, okay. That is funny. I like that one. That is funny. I'm going to use that one myself. But that one there, nah. And then when they do go at somebody for real, I'll be the first one. A lot of times, nah, nah, that's not. Don't do that. Don't talk about that person that way. Don't go that way with somebody. Even some people that are sitting in this chat right now, they go at them, and RBR and people like that go at them, and I'm like, no. My favorite troll, Sugar Bum, is in here right now, or she was. Sugar Bum, Koja Malik. Oh, they're relentless on some of the people. Koja does a little farming thing. She's trying to do the little farming thing too. And I mean, I've had a few conversations with Koja. We on different panels we've been on. But like I said, we don't usually it's kicking around good stuff, when you're over at Bomb or anybody else. You're kicking around, some good stuff or whatever else, having a good conversation. But when it starts getting to, dragging on somebody a lot of times on a lot of different places, you'll see me disappear. Because it's like, I'm like, nah, I'm not going to get into this battle. It's not that you're afraid of it. It's just like, it don't have no place for me. It doesn't have when they start going at each other, like, oh, no, let me go. Let me go. Because I mean, I like both sides of these. I like both of these people, as individuals. Like Kelly said down here. Like I mean, her, Carolyn Lowe, and all that crew over there, Mo and all them. Oh man, I mean, I got no problems or issues with them. What's her name? Gardner, Josh, and we kicking around stuff like about gardening and prepping and stuff. And like you said about the gun thing. I know my man what's his name? Big Duke. Is it Big Duke? Yeah,
Big Duke. Yeah, me and Big Duke be talking about firearms.
Yeah, because Big Duke hit me up and was like, let's kick it. I said, well, I know, I didn't want your stuff to get knocked down. Because I think it was you that. Because matter of fact, I think it was you that mentioned it. How they stuff got knocked down. Your stuff got knocked down because of the gun thing. And see, we can't do the same thing as what's old girl's name? The little light skinned sister from Miami. But she got like 500,000 subs. You can't almost do stuff like that. She's showing you different stuff. But even she can't do certain things. Because she'll tell you, because my channel will get ahead. So it's they don't want you to disseminate that type of information. They don't want you to disseminate, tell people, how to get a VA daggone loan, home loan. I'll tell you how to do it in 3 steps. There it is. What to say and what not to say. So no, man, no. I'm glad we broke bread. Like I said again, I'm glad that we broke bread. We got an understanding.
Right.
Dame Frankie. Dame, you awake? Dame Frankie.
Yeah, I'm awake.
Oh, okay. No, I ain't okay.
Dame be going taking naps on.
No, Dame be holding it down. She go ham on somebody too. She was like, take this somewhere else.
No, you know what, Dame? I appreciate that, Mom. I appreciate that, Mama Bear. You not wrong for that, because sometimes people do bring they bring stuff to other people's stuff, and I've seen that happen even on my pen. Now, and that was wrong of me to even do that. That was wrong of me to even do that.
You saw an opportunity where you saw the person that you had an issue with. Yo, let me go ahead and address this right now, type of thing. Because I might not see him again someplace else. And it was an opportunity to be done. And like Max, like I said, Max and Dame, thank you again. And Max, like I said, in the case of he heard something or whatever, I'll clear up anything with anybody and dare you to show it. Like he was mad. I'll give you a case of RBR was mad about something that was said. I said about him on Max's show here, but I said you need to show it to me. Then when I said it, show it to me. He got mad and said, "I ain't gotta show you." Okay, then obviously it wasn't that important. Obviously, you can't show it to me, or you don't have a screenshot of it, or you don't have an audio of it. What the hell was it that I said? I mean, I probably called you Mr. Magoo or something like that, or freaking Gazoo, dumb. I probably did. I do that. I mean, I do that to him. You acting like Gazoo right now. But he was mad about it because he said it to me last week, I think it was. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Something that was said on Dame Frankie and you said it. Something about Google. I'm like, okay, that you go to Google for everything. But then you sit there and talk about complain about Google, and I might have said that. And there's no such thing as Black YouTube if you look it up.
No, and I can appreciate that. I think we don't have enough. We don't do enough when where men or people just can actually dialogue it out and find where's it coming from or where the contention coming from. Like I told them, I've even asked some of the dudes in the chat, so, yo, what's y'all beef with me? You know, but I think that's the thing. They don't have they just have issues, and you know what I'm saying. And I'm starting to understand why certain content creators or certain people just don't really come around like that anymore. But they're like, well, shit. If this is all this place is good for, it's just starting shit with people. And you know, I get it. You know that's some people. I'm understanding. This is the most that ever get followed. Is on YouTube.
This
It's
is
on
their life.
YouTube. Right?
You got to understand, for some of these content creators, this is their life. You're messing with their money if you basically come out with and kind of attack them or criticize them. You know, so I mean, I can look at the one person that was, like I said again. Let's go back to Reg. What happened today over there? You know, that's their life.
Right.
You know, it's not for me.
And I'm gonna say this right now, and you know, I did not. I understand. I thought he was fully valid. Why Taz was angry. The minute, listen, if y'all gonna say something about a man's kids, you can't tell that man how to react. You cannot tell him. You cannot tell a parent how to react when it comes to their child. If I said something ill about your child, I cannot react how you turn up on me. Is that fair to say? Like,
Yeah,
you're like that.
yeah. See, I didn't hear it. So I mean, I didn't think about it. I was out. You know, when I'm out grabbing hay or doing something, I'm out in the country. So it's like, I mean, so I only heard pieces of what he was saying for like 5 minutes here and then 2 minutes. I said, well, I'll just listen to the replay. So I don't even know what happened really over there. You know, I'm surprised he showed up. I was kind of, you know.
Oh no. I know one thing about him. He will show up. It was just like the same way, like dealing with the situation that happened with like people have issues with him. I don't have an issue with him. I don't have an issue with him. A lot of people don't like that because I don't have an issue with him. But I'm also like, well, because he supports fatherhood. He supports families. So in that alone, I can respect that of what represents me. I can respect that represents me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what he's fighting for. You know, other people can have their. I don't care about that. That's your problem, not my problem. You know.
Shoot, I apologize. Let me tell you something. I apologize to him actually right on this day going channel here. And I said, you know, because the thing about it is, bro, if you got something that's on your chest and it was, you know, hurt because of the individuals that were coming at you, you know, and I'm friends with those individuals, for real friends with those individuals, you know, then, you know, hey, I have no problems. If anything I said to you or done to you or disrespected you, I have no problem with telling you, yeah, I'm sorry. Yo, people got pissed. You had cats that got hot at me for doing that. I mean, I have no, you know, I don't, I mean, and the thing about it is, I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with somebody over some YouTube shit.
Right.
You know, and they got, oh, shoot, yeah, you had cats where it was hotter than fish grease about that. And so it's, you know, it is what it is.
I think people want control, bro. Like, people want, and that's the thing about it. Like, people started turning up on me because I don't have an issue with talking or dealing with women. I just don't. I don't got no skin in the game to be angry at women. I just don't. Other dudes do. I just don't. It's just not my play. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like the degree of temperature of where it's going for women. But I don't like the degree of temperature where it's going also for men. You know, I don't like that either. But hey, people have their odds and their issues. I didn't tell the men that were going hard and defending Jessica X. I didn't tell those men how to move.
Right.
I didn't tell them, and they followed behind a woman. But y'all want that woman to like y'all. But why would she follow behind Y'all fall behind a woman, but then y'all want women to submit. How does that work?
True. This is true. You know, but no, I think old Koja here is counting down 5, 4, 3, and Kelly Ray. No, I mean, like I said, with Taz and that whole Nyla thing, what's happened in the past has happened in the past. Like I said, the other individual that got mad at me and BMC a couple of weeks ago, kind of like for some of the same, actually the same thing. I mean, you should have asked me that you should have asked me the question 4 years ago. I could have probably told you who sent me the picture. I mean, now I would have to go look around and find out 4 years ago. I wasn't gonna have that disrespectful nonsense on my daggone phone. A, I'm married. B, like I said, I was told that it was that person. I didn't see the person's face. So people would like to prank and troll and do goofy. You got professional trolls out here. Some of these cats are just professional trolls. They say funny stuff. They do funny stuff. And it's kind of like, okay, they trolling when they come into a room. It's like, okay, you can't take them serious. But, in a case like that, a woman was unfortunately disrespected. And it hurt her personally. And I could understand that, but. But on that note, though, I know we don't want to hijack and take over.
Oh yeah, I do apologize.
Yeah, take over. Dame Frankie at the Dame Frankie hour, and Max, my man Max. I know you guys are going into doing the RBR.
So is that the woman who made the Matrix?
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when did this must have been the other day, because for him and Zab to be on there.
Yeah, it was a few days back, about almost a week ago.
And but so what thing, Zab? You don't need to tell RBR that I'm over at Kelly Ray's or anybody else's. I'm there because I want to be there, and I'm there because it's none of your business where I'm at. To be where I'm at, because
he already told Zab already said that he just comes on the troll, and he wants people to come to his channel.
Right, because you have son going there. I mean, I ain't.
Yeah, I don't care to go over this channel. I don't care for that.
Right, RBR. He like what told RBR. Well, yeah, he was over there at Kelly Ray's, and I'm like, man, I'll be at Kelly Ray's or anybody else's. Oh, Fred Sanford. I say, yo, what's up to Fred Sanford? I'm saying it because I'm being courteous and kind, polite. Now he got a problem with Fred Sanford. Thinks Fred's a Nazi and all this other crazy. That's
his problem.
That's his problem. That's his problem. But no. But again, bro, we got no issues. Glad we cleared this up.
Yes, I am so glad too.
Yeah, Dane, thank you for the time there.
Thank you, Dane.
You're welcome. All right.
So are y'all gonna continue on with the RBR thing?
I'm gonna see if anybody else want to come up and chat.
Okay.
Yes, Max is gonna continue on because he watched the whole of the video, so he kept it up. I might play a little bit more because she do go into some stuff that either goes over their heads or haven't heard of or heard aspects of it, so it's interesting to see her take of it.
Yeah, because I know the one part was a case of which is true. Trump was a business genius type per se. He wasn't a politician, and she liked that about him as opposed to Obama, who she thought was
professional politician.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so I did hear a little piece of that somebody played. But no, thanks again, Dame, and go ahead and step down. And I know if you got Koja or anybody else is coming up, they can come on up, speak their piece. All right, peace.
All right, peace. All right, ladies, gentlemen has gone. The link is pinned to the chat. If y'all having trouble reaching that, I'll put it down. Anybody else has something to say? Or those who was listening earlier when we was going over RBR, Sophia Stewart, only received court costs and attorney fees. Wait a minute, I thought she got the let me see, what was it? I'm trying to remember what it was called. Um, I'm trying to remember what it's called, but yeah, she got the rights to her stuff back, and I think there was a deal on on the movies aspect of it of her. I can't remember it all, but she been through it like at least 2 or 3 times. Yeah. All right. Oh, you're back a little early. Oh, you meant your time, not my time. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. But
Mhm.
then give me a few minutes to settle in, okay?
Okay.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. So she got her I don't know what it's called, but I think she's getting the residuals. I think that's what it is. Of the from the movies and stuff like that, and plus something extra because they took her um she got creative rights back. I think they had to give her so much because they didn't get her permission to use her work, but the movie is made. So she get something like that. And she gets the, I don't know what they call it when it keeps playing over in the TVs and royalties. Thank you, Dirty Varmint. Hey, you was floating around in the cloud waiting for me to stumble, huh? Sophia money comes from sales of her books, which was increased by the publicity of her lawsuit. Verified that, Dame Frankie. Well, it couldn't hurt. It never hurts that that you find out the books where it came from. Because I don't know if everybody do it, but sometimes if I find out it's based on a book, I go looking for the book because usually the books are better than the movie because the movie cannot get everything that you can get in the book. So yeah, and for the longest time didn't know they kept it hidden who where the movie came from. Was it movie first, a book? Hello, Koja.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right, all right.
What
So,
y'all talking about? I just see BMT off.
well, BMT and Joe was dealing with their issue, their
Yeah, I saw
misunderstanding.
it. I was in the
Yeah,
audience.
but for us, we doing Sophia Stewart, the lame
Yeah,
interview that
and hold on
RBR
one
did.
second. I wanted to ask Koja a question.
Uh-huh.
Koja, did you happen to catch the end of the show last night?
Probably not. What was the end part
Well,
about it?
when me and Charlene got into that big debate over
What was on?
homeschooling versus school,
I wasn't there.
when
Well,
I
what was
said
the?
to her, and I knew this was going to trigger some people, but when I said to her that you know I'm pro homeschool, take your child out of school, protect your child to the best of your abilities, and teach your child at home, right? She said that if a parent did that, that would be taking the easy way out.
No, I wouldn't. You have to have a certain level of patience to teach,
Hmm.
and it take a lot of dedication to do that because school's so advanced now that if you
Hmm.
don't have that skill set to give to that child, I mean, I could see
Hmm.
maybe doing it for kindergarten through second grade because in second grade they doing statistics now. So
Hmm.
my children had something when my sons had something in second or third grade that I had. I had in a college math course. So
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have that skill set or the ability to go and learn that and teach it effectively in the patients, um, no, I don't want to. Now, if you could team up with some other parents, that's good. But I won't be
Right.
home.
But she called because we talked about the school shootings, right? And
Mhm.
she said if you take your child out of the schools and homeschooling yourself, then you would be taking the easy way out. What does that mean?
I think it's pros and cons to each thing, and yeah, I don't want to teach them little motherfuckers like that. I'm sorry, my patience ain't
Right,
that
right.
long. I work with old
I,
people.
right, right. I get that, but if you feel that, okay, listen, I'm not. It's dangerous around here. I'm not sending my child to the school. I rather homeschool my child and provide protection for my child myself. Right? How is that taking the easy way out of what?
Um, I'm gonna say this here. I don't know unless you actually sit down with them little people on a hour to basis. I wouldn't want to be locked in the house with them 24/7 without no release. It take a very special person to do that, and it's not easy. I don't think that it will be
Well,
easy.
I don't. Well, you're
I think
homeschooling. I mean, yeah,
I
you're
don't
not
think it's
doing it
easy.
24 hours a day.
But I'm saying not that, but then you're with them basically 24 hours a day. To do
Hmm.
that, I mean, you're with them a great percentage of the day, all the time. And I think, I don't think that's easy. I look
Yeah,
forward
she
to
said.
going out into the world. And when you get two or three of them little people, it takes a special type of person to be a teacher. I don't have that, so I can't imagine that it's easy.
She also said that you know,
But I ain't gonna be trying to get me a y'all little war, cause I'm gonna take the woman's side every time. Charlene, I agree with you, cause this for the sisterhood. So don't be trying to come up in here and divide me up from my sisterhood.
yeah, because actually it was women that disagree with her in the chat.
Um, they have children.
Yeah,
Um, uh, everybody make their own decision for themselves.
I
I
think,
think
I
everybody have
think,
to determine they strengths and
I think,
weaknesses. And
right. I think the reason why I disagree with her because she said that if you was raising your child to the best of your ability and homeschooling, that was taking the easy way. I think it took offense to that.
I think I think the term is the easy way out. I just think people have to do what's best for them according to their strengths and weaknesses. Because
Yeah, I
what's
don't
easy
think that.
for me may not be easy for you. So I try not to do that because it may be easy for you to run 10 miles, but I might can't run 10 feet.
Right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. So I thought that was the wrong term too. Maybe she could have used something else. I don't know about easy way out. I don't know what that's
I
about.
just think everybody determine for themselves. We all are not
But
gifted
me,
with the same temperament and skill set.
I'm. If my children were alive, they would definitely be homeschooled.
Well, God bless you.
Yeah, I would not send my kids to these schools. I don't trust these schools. I don't trust the
um,
security in these schools. And now they're getting ready to start arming teachers. You know what they're going to do, right? They're going to arm all of the white teachers first.
I think we need to come up with some alternative schools. And when I say alternative schools, I don't mean like for bad. I think we need to start putting our own things together. I don't know who's going to lead that fight, but I definitely think it's time to consider. Or I don't know how that works. That's not my area of expertise, but I could definitely see where
And I don't think they're
we talk
arming the
about.
white. Yeah, and I don't think they're arming the white teachers to protect against mass shooters. I think they're arming white teachers to protect
Oh, I'm
against,
waiting for that's you see.
black kids.
I look at the last final step. So once you go to arming teachers, it's gonna say, well, I'm 18 years old and I'm a licensed gun carrier now. I'm going to be a student. I'm over 18. I'm a registered gun toter. I want to bring my gun to school to protect me. I just looked at it 10 steps down the road. Where does it end? And that's where I
Right, and
think
then you take an argument with a teacher, right? All they got to do is say that they fear for their life, and they can shoot.
I was actually wanting to share something with Dame. It's not something that y'all can play because I don't know what the fair use is, but I wanted to share it with her in the back chat for y'all to look at.
Hmm.
Let me see if I still got the link copy
Okay.
because I don't know about the fair use stuff, so I didn't want you to play it, but I just wanted to share it with you. You don't even have to look at it right now, but I just wanted to share it with you, and it's the thing that I was telling you all about. And I
Mhm.
keep telling people we got to look at if if Brad got to make Becky have a baby, what's going on in their home? If they got to take abortion off the table, we always look inside other people, and we think they got it
Oh
so good.
yeah, yeah.
They
Dang,
have
we never. Yeah, I
and what I
forgot
just
about
gave
that.
y'all was a thing. See, Brad telling Becky don't want to have his babies. She don't. They try and have to take this law up to make her have his babies. But on the back end of that, Brad been around here for decades railing about alimony, which he get the thing of being a good provider. That's a good provider maybe when I'm with you. But
Hmm.
he's trying to put his foot down on Becky neck to say not only have more babies, because that's the first part. The second part of that 1-2 combo punch is going to be this here. Take your
Hmm.
birth control. Because I keep telling people, I think it was in the 90s. I'm not sure if it was by executive order or what, but birth control was not mandatory for health insurance plans. Clinton and them made it so that health insurance providers had to provide birth control. It
Hmm.
just wasn't covered. So
I hope they get
I
rid of
think that's the second. I think that's the second part of it.
Mhm.
And if you
I
got to
hope
force
they.
somebody to have a baby, what's really going on in the home?
I
If
hope they
you if
don't. Yeah, I hope they don't stop there. I hope they get rid of Planned Parenthood.
well, to be honest, I don't really see a whole bunch of Planned Parenthoods around here. I would have to go and look up. I don't really see Planned Parenthood when I'm driving. They used to have one way back in the 80s or the 90s in my little small town. It is not something I see a lot of. I don't think it's as many as they say. I literally would have to go and look it up. The places that
Well, they're
have
all over the
abortion
place
are,
over here where I'm at.
it could be geographical. I just could not see it.
Hmm.
But I could Google it and see how many they have in Florida. But it's not a place. A lot of times, the places that you got abortions were private health, what can be considered private or whatever. They open to the public, but they wouldn't be something like a what you would
You
consider
know
a Planned
something?
Parenthood.
When I
I ain't
worked in the
saying they don't
military,
exist. I just don't see them.
when I was in the military, right? I mean, I looked at the eyes of a lot of killers, right? But I've
Hmm.
never, looked into the eyes of a person that was determined to kill a child.
But I say this here. This is my argument that I say. Y'all looking at this here, and everybody's saying this here. I said there's a civil war brewing between Brad and Becky that we're going to be caught in. But this is what I hear black men saying, and this is what I observed in this space. They're saying, and I'm gonna keep repeating it. They have
Oh, well,
ostracized.
let me just. Uh,
They
I'm
have
sorry. Hold on 1 second.
ostracized.
Remy just said that they just flat out banned abortion in 5 states.
So far, it's still okay in Florida, up to 15
It
weeks.
won't.
I thought it
It
was
won't.
7.
No, it was up
Wait a
to
minute. Wait. Up to 15 weeks.
yeah,
Oh, shooks, that ain't nothing. They got some of it where it's 6 weeks.
15 weeks, what's that,
Eh,
three and a
eh,
half months?
yeah,
And I
about
think
Uh,
it's
3.5
before the
months.
age of
yeah.
something.
Hmm.
In
So,
Alabama,
and
it's no.
so, but what I was saying was, I've heard black men and I've heard everybody demonize the single mama and the out of wedlock. They
Not
say
me.
70%. Okay, they say
I
seventy
fight hard for the
percent.
single black mother.
They say 70% of us, all the black people, which there are about 33 million of us, give or take. Like I say, RBR probably disagree. So if we were
But
to
he a
move forward,
lunatic.
but if we were to move forward, and you took them 70% of that 33 million out, that would leave us with only 10 million black people in the United States. So while y'all are railing against these people and ostracizing, once they start looking, that will take us from 33 million, if them people wasn't fucking and having babies out of wedlock, to about 10 million. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
what you
yeah. I
really
don't.
want? So
No, I
why
don't
I
have
don't think no, not you. I don't think
Yeah.
they're really considering what they're saying. And that would take black men from being about 14 million of the US population if these out of wedlock births didn't happen to 4 million. So
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
gonna
give a.
no, I'm just saying,
Uh,
while they're creating that argument, I don't think they're really understanding. You're saying it to your own demise. Now, I
Right.
asked this man this question, and he said he would be happy for our numbers to go down to that. And I say, y'all talk about the abortion, but y'all haven't created a plan to say how to increase our population. Okay, I understand you don't want the out of wedlock births, but what are you bringing to the table to keep us there? Once you talk about that, and we cut this 70% down, and now we only procreating at 30%. What is your plan to keep us from self-annihilating and to lose the little political power that we do have at 33 million? We're going to lose that because we're going to go down to 10 million. What is your plan to replace that? Because I hear y'all complaining, but I don't hear no solutions in the meantime. And
Mhm.
when I say be careful what you ask for, because you may just get it. So I just need to have a conversation. You're well in again, and I ain't saying, I say fuck with intentions, fuck with families, create family structures. But I hear a lot of anti, but I don't hear no solution about how you're going to increase it. This man said he was okay with it being about 4 million black men. And he said, then we could start over. I say, do you really think if they got us down to that number, they would allow you black men to repopulate? Do you really think that would happen? And he said, yeah. And that is scary that I hear men that are saying it in the midst of Brad putting his foot on Becky's neck and doing everything to increase her numbers because they over 250 some million in the United States and they're trying to keep their lead. Why would black men not see that?
Exactly.
Say,
Remy just
I
hit
need
the
to
nail on the head.
depopulate. I
Remy
need
just
to
hit the
get
nail
out.
on the right. Hold on. Let me highlight Remy. She just hit the nail on the head. This is about controlling black women. This is about controlling our population. No, I don't give a damn about no out of wedlock births.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, that's the
it's
way
an
of them trying
incomplete
to
harmony.
control. Right, that's the way of them trying to control the way we procreate.
And what they told you in elementary school, for every problem that you have, bring two solutions to the table. And I have not heard them. Everything I need to know I learned in grade school, bring two solutions to the table. Other than black women choose better. But if we say today we're not gonna have no more out of wedlock births, what are you gonna do, black man, to get our
Nah,
numbers up?
yeah, that's not even the answer. We need the out of wedlock births. We, like you said, we would have very little numbers if we didn't have them.
We would be less
You
than
know,
Asian people in this country, which is the
the
smallest
biggest
demographic.
solution, the biggest solution is to get black fathers to raise their children. That's the biggest solution right now. Let's
But
do that first.
I'm not a man who can have these conversations because that's not going to be seen. But I want to say, do y'all realize the number of people that you're talking about? Do you realize are you willing, if you feel like out of wedlock birth is so bad and you're the product of an out of wedlock birth, why don't you just go kill yourself and remedy the problem if you feel that
Yeah,
strongly about it?
yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with no out of wedlock. I don't even know what they're talking about.
But if
You know,
they
you
feel it was
can't.
so
You
wrong for their mama to have them, you could remedy
keep
that
trying to.
now. You could just kill yourself
Yeah,
and then rectify your mama mistake.
yeah, they keep trying to beat us in the head with this. Well, kids who come from two parent homes do, but that's a bunch of BS. That's just a bunch of BS.
Two-parent home can be
So
just as
Fred
messed up.
Sanford said the easy solution, let's just import about 5 million black men from the continent of Africa.
Well,
So
no,
let
because
me say this
RBR
here.
wouldn't want them
No,
here.
this is what Fred Sanford said down here in the comments.
He
So
said in the
number
comment.
one, yeah. So number one, men from Africa, actually, a lot of people from Africa do not actually um, identify with Black Americans. And so your solution would be we can get rid of, and I would ask who is Fred Sanford. Get rid of the black people that's here and just bring in Africans. So how the Africa can't even keep their own fucking country straight. They got Chinese, little short Chinese over there telling them what the fuck to do. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get these tall ass Africans who got some 5'2" Asians telling them what the fuck to do and bring them over here, and they're gonna remedy it for us.
And don't
That's
forget,
what he's saying.
don't forget though, Koja, they're impregnating the African women over there. It's
Yes,
at a
Yes,
pretty
they
hefty
paid
pace.
single baby mamas over there.
Huh?
yes.
They're not marrying
Yes.
them
Yeah,
women.
yeah,
No,
I'm
they,
starting to see a lot of,
like I said, they're
yeah, I'm starting to
impregnating a lot
see,
of them African women over there.
yeah, I'm starting to see a lot of black and Asian women. A lot of
hmm
them.
Oh yeah,
I,
and you're gonna see a lot
I
more
used
of
to
it.
jokingly say
Yeah.
this about 20 years ago, 15. This
Hmm.
a Philippine man over here. I used to say, hey, listen, we're gonna start our own little dating company. Since everybody say don't nobody want black women, I need for you to get all your Philippine friends over there with degrees. We only want the ones with degrees. We're gonna start our own husband exchange company. And I can feel that. So I said it's like crazy. But this what this man's solution is to. And I don't know why they have studied the white man so good that they think they're God. We saw in India what happens when man put their finger on things. We saw in China and India that they don't have no enough women and girls to go around, and it's like you think you could play God better than the last person. You think you could step in and put your finger on the scale, and you can run it more than that. So you're willing to
But you
eliminate
see,
five.
that's why. But you see, that's why I don't understand guys like Red Pill Supreme. What is he doing?
I don't really listen to him. I don't.
I
I
mean, is
know
he some
Tampa
kind of
Supreme,
idiot or
but
something?
I'm not
Like,
sure who it
what
is.
is wrong with these guys?
Who is that?
Red Pill, Red
Red Pill.
You
Supreme.
know, they all got
Oh,
these
Red Supreme.
Supremes and
Oh, okay.
Messiahs. They all got these Supremes, Messiahs, and Kings in
Yeah,
their
man, he a
name.
Red
So I
Pill
get
dude named Red
mixed up.
Supreme.
Oh, we got to. Oh,
I,
he's
I
regular.
get them
Okay,
all
that's the
mixed up.
Silver Supreme. Okay.
Yeah, he's been on the challenge. Me and him had a big old fight on here one time. He came up on and challenged me. We got into it. I got a show a couple of shows back with me and him. We pretty much went toe to toe up here. And he pretty much said to me that, man, you don't hold black women accountable for nothing. I'm like, no, I don't.
What does accountability look like for them? Are they supposed to? Are black women supposed to do penance? Are we supposed to do community service? Would they prefer us to pick up trash on the side of the road? What does
Talking about we
accountability?
supposed to hold them accountable for who
Okay,
they
that's
date.
what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but can they hold you accountable for who you date?
But I want to know what they think accountability looks like because they say it.
All right,
So
I'll tell you.
like when they
Okay,
service you when you commit a crime, they say you got to do 250 hours of community service. So they say these things, but I need them to clarify what would be the sentence or what would this accountability look like, because I
well,
can admit in my life that I've made mistakes, and I go and talk to God about that. Say, hey God, I did this. And God say, I forgive you, work on it, do better. But what does
right,
me
right.
being accountable to them look like? Am I supposed to go up in
Well,
front of the church and testify so I can confess all my sins before this man? What does this accountability
well,
look
no,
like? And considering I didn't wrong you, like I said, if you steal
well,
from a man, you can repay him. I didn't do anything wrong to the
huh.
YouTube men. So
Hmm.
why is my accountability to them? And what would it look like? I need for them to
Well,
define these things.
okay. Well, one of the things is they want you to be accountable for the people that you choose to date. So I'm saying,
Well,
okay, if you want that, can they hold you accountable for the people you choose to date?
this what to me accountable means. Accountability to me means I had 4 kids out of wedlock. I paid for their insurance. The state of Florida didn't pay for it, nor federal funds. I provided health insurance for them. I fed them. I clothed them without one food stamp. And I worked 2 jobs. That is my accountability.
I'm not
Now,
mad. Listen, I'm not
no, not
mad at
you, but
people who are,
I need to know
huh?
what it's supposed to look like because they keep.
No, I was gonna say something about because you mentioned food stamps. I ain't mad at people on food stamps. I mean, if the woman has to, if that's what she has to do to feed her children, I mean, God bless her. You know,
But Max, what
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
have to
happens?
go
mad at it
on
at
mute
all,
for a
huh?
minute. Let me go on mute for a minute.
Okay,
But Max, what happens? What happens is a lot of people sit back and say, we as black men can't get food stamps, but black women can. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to a black woman.
exactly. And what do you
You should
want
be
food
comparing
stamps
yourself.
for? You should be out here making money.
I mean, unless you got a disability or something like that, where you just that jacked up and you would get food stamps. You
But
say
shit, if you getting disability, you're supposed to be getting that check.
right, you getting that check, you getting them stamps, and
Yeah,
you're a vet like us, you get another check.
yeah, getting that
So
check.
right. and that should be able to help you and sustain you. But you have a lot of individuals that sit up here, well, black women gets this and that, but we don't have this and that. I'm like, well,
Wow,
why would
somebody actually,
yeah, why
wait a
would you?
minute, a guy actually said
Mhm.
black men can't get food to him.
Yeah, it
The
was
guy
like
said that?
somebody's. I forgot whose live it was on. I was I kind of
Damn.
was sitting in the clouds, but see, a lot of these young boys in particular are mad because they can't get the same things and opportunities. Like somebody was mad talking about yesterday. Why in the world can't I get maternity leave, for instance? When my wife,
What?
when my wife, I know it seems great. When my wife, we had our baby. My wife basically got, I think, 6 or 10 weeks. Well, she was a school teacher, so it kind of came out timing wise, worked out right. She ended up okay. The rest of the school year, she got off, and then the summertime. But under normal conditions, it's like 6 to 8 weeks, I think it is, for you to have off. Whereas men can't have that. I only got a week or two, whatever vacation time I had to use that for my time to be there. But I guess they're trying to have it like in a European type of situation where, in Sweden, Norway, them kind of places, the man gets the same time the woman gets off, amount of time. And it's subsidized.
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all out there listening, if you feel you should get maternity leave, I'm gonna need you to come on the show.
Yeah.
I want to talk to the guy who thinks he should get maternity leave.
Because we don't get that. Now, that's one benefit in the sense of, okay, I mean, I could see, okay, in Europe, they're doing it, they're giving them 6 months. She gets 6 months, I get 6 months. So there'll be always somebody there with the child or whatever, or if you take it concurrent with each other. But, I mean, it's just the way things are done here. We're the only westernized country that doesn't do it.
Well, I
You
do
got
know
food. You
there
got
was one
food.
insurance
You got
plan.
food
If
floating
the
around. You got food floating around the chat talking about something. Where the white women at?
Yeah, we
Fools.
do. Yeah, where the white women at, that kind of craziness. It's like, that's just, it's like I said, it's denigrating your race. It's basically sitting there saying,
Yeah.
when you say it, I mean, jokingly, if you say it, I'm okay. I'm like, yo, man, just to bust my chops. Yo, where the white women at? Ha ha, he would laugh.
Where the white women at? They ain't here, bro.
But but the flip side of that is when you have individuals that say they're about their people and they're about their race and all that good stuff. But then too, they try to destroy and denigrate their race and their people, and sit up here and say, you're against your race and your people and da. No, you sound more against them than I am. So I don't know where you get that from. People might say that to you, Max. It might be like, okay, yeah, well, he's over there talking about their race. I mean, he's on down in the black race and this and that. What episode of
No.
Max's Live or Dame Frankie women or whatever or what's it? Your girl
Charlie.
Charlene from New York. Yeah, Charlene or Colton or anybody else have I ever heard denigrate black women on
No.
the channel? Not
Nah,
one.
we don't do that. Nah, we
Yeah,
don't do that. We don't even allow that over here.
Yeah, not one. It's not talking to them. It's not lying to them. It's basically talking about the issues that affect both of us.
Yeah, but this idiot thinks that if you cussing black women out, calling them bees, you're telling them the truth. This guy is a lunatic, man. I mean, you guys got to be foolish. Nobody is going to. Okay, Joe, you're a money man. Okay, you held them in the same position my wife. Well, actually, you went a little higher than her. Okay, you had your own bank. Okay, you're a money man. Tell me what corporation is going to lose $90 billion to a YouTuber?
Nah, not too many. Not too many. Okay. I mean, I would say none actually.
That's 10 zeros, brother.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to lose that to no lonely ass YouTuber.
Mm-hmm. I know.
You're not beating nobody for no 90 jack, bro. It's not happening.
You said, I mean, put it this way, like Remy, is it Remy Norris? I thought, yeah, Remy Norris said it, which is true. Yeah, there are plenty of, but it depends on who you work for in terms of the maternity part. I took, like I said, a couple of weeks because I could. But in terms of the foods that, like Fred Everett said, it's true. There'll be a whole lot of summer barbecues That's true. They be buying ribs and all kinds of stuff, steaks and everything. Oh, it'd be off the chain. Funded by.
You know what I found out? You know what I found out, dude?
Mhm.
Thanks to and shout out to Conscious Moron for exposing this. Because I kept trying to find out what page is he talking about. Because I scoured his channel, right?
Mhm.
I'm like, what page is showing ads? Where the hell is he talking about?
What he's
I didn't
talking,
see, huh?
You
Max, what he's
had
talking
more
about?
grown black men getting food stamps than you had because this is how this the game. You know, they gonna say they live with somebody. They don't have no job, but you allow them to stay with you. And if they wasn't working, all of them was getting food stamps. I'm talking about able-bodied black men, 26, 25, the ones that didn't work. My unemployment rate in my town, I think they said was like 50%. And a lot of times, these men, boys, were young men and grown men, were living with women that were getting benefits like housing and this and that. So when they be talking about it, it wasn't even the women, because remember, Clinton did the welfare to work program. So that prohibited women from just, you could only get welfare for 2 years consecutively, 5 years in a lifetime, and then you had to volunteer 20 hours a week to get that or be looking for employment. So that made a
Hmm.
lot of women go to work, but in a lot of these women, when they did qualify for housing and stuff, you had grown men who they didn't have that stipulation that they had to go out and do it, that were getting food stamps. So when they want to keep it 100, that's why they was all going to the, I'm gonna call it the Arab stores and the corner stores and selling their food stamps, and that's when you was getting them bust about them places who was buying food stamps. But we're gonna all keep it 100, like we don't know how this works. So while they talking about black women, there really was a whole bunch of able-bodied black men getting them
Mhm.
food stamps.
And like Remy Norris said too, which is true, they eat off of the black woman indirectly, because the thing about it is because if she's getting the food stamps, and and he basically is there. Guess what? She ain't cooking for
No,
herself.
he had his own food stamp card. He
Oh,
wasn't no wrong. These grown men had their own card. If you were
okay.
18 or 19 or 20 or 21, 22, 23, and didn't have no job,
Mm.
you got your own card. I think it was like 147 a month, 137 a month, or whatever it was they were getting. And a matter of fact, elderly people wouldn't even qualify for only
Like I
like
said, yeah,
20 or
no people who
$30,
right.
because they got they either, like some people right here got the disability or the social security you got for being poor, and because they got that $300 or $400 or $500 a month, they would only qualify for maybe $20 or $30 in food stamps.
Yes, SSI, yeah. But yeah, because
And
no, grandmas don't qualify. I mean, you got young people that are able bodied that are qualifying for more than somebody who's lived their life, worked their life, and
exactly.
80 years old. That
And they were talking about black women, but it was black men because the black women were actually working.
mm-hmm.
And if black women did qualify with kids, it was because they were still working and below the poverty line because they had kids. But most of them were still working, whereas
Yeah,
these men that were got these able-bodied black men weren't working at all.
mm,
Period.
that's a
So
fact.
they don't tell the true story of how this works. They come and say a lot of stuff, but if you pull the cover back and actually slow it down and look at the details of it, these black men would be homeless. And with the advent of tent cities and all this here, if black women actually get fed up with them and didn't have no kindness for our derelict uncles, our derelict sons, our derelict dads and stuff, they would be absolutely homeless.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, but
But
they
I'm
were
gonna go
boohooing.
and
Yeah, they were
pipe
boohooing
down.
about that.
And I asked men to come up with a solution of what they say accountability looks like, and for them to create a plan of accountability so we can go on and remedy this situation about them hollering about it, and give us the plan to lay out so we could begin to get accountable to their standard. Because I know they ain't got no plan. They just like saying something. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. That's why they don't like when I say it sometimes. What's the end game in this whole thing? You have to have an end game to the particular issue or situation. What are we gonna do? Talking about it, that's cute and all, but it is what it is. But Max, are you still there?
No, no, no. He had to go. He had a certain amount of time. He wanted to wrap it up before they work on him again.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I was gonna say real quick. I can just answer his question now.
Oh,
In terms of the RBR thing he was asking about, what RBR is looking at is his own his page when you fire up on your computer and you're looking at YouTube, the ads that he's looking at are the ads that they have for him that are on his page. We can't see those ads.
Right.
And that's what he keeps saying about, well, yeah, I got a Nike ad on here. That's 100,000. No, we can't see. We can't see that ad. If I go fire my page up, it's going to have maybe ads for like I don't know, bass fishing or something, or BMWs or something, motorcycles or something like that. Because I've been looking at motorcycles and I've been looking at vacations or something like that, or farming. It's going to show stuff like that. Tractor Supply, ads. That's what RBR is talking about. It's not. We can't see those ads. It's not an ad like before I come on your show. They're playing an ad, and he's not getting AdSense for those things. It's like you look at your YouTube page, homepage, that's going to show ads on it. I look at mine, it shows ads on it. That's what he's talking about. But on that note, you about to shut it down. Well, at least I think you are. You said you're about to shut it down.
Yeah. If nobody else wanted to come up and talk, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but no, like I said, it was a good conversation again, and the food stamps thing and all that stuff. Brothers, get your behind a job. Don't be lazy out here. Stop depending on your woman. Stop trying to compete with a woman. You need to be competing with another man, not with a woman. It makes no sense. It's very feminine, actually, in behavior if you do that. And just go out here, get yourself a job, a 9-to-5, and do what you need to do to provide for yourself and your family. That's all. All right. Yeah. But again, peace again there, Miss Frankie. And we will talk again soon.
All right.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Have a good evening. Yeah, it sounds like little boys who be like, it's not fair. She don't have to do anything and she get this, and that. And I'd be like, boo, I hate to break it to you, but life is not fair. It's not fair that you're gonna be stronger than her and you're gonna be the leader in the community, you're gonna be in charge and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what they sound like. Oh my goodness. Not fair that she can get the food stamp award for. Excuse you. This is during the time where men were working to take care of the family during the Depression. There was not enough jobs. That's the only time men were as a family group, got assistance, and it was temporary. Now, the only time it wasn't temporary when there's a woman, her man is dead, gone, and because she can't work and get a job, it's so the kids would have starved. So for the benefit of the kids, they got food stamps and vouchers and where for it was the homes, the home and stuff like that. But even then, that wasn't well. If she's the only one, if she's the only parent, and she doesn't remarry, yeah, even that was supposed to be temporary. She got married. And it's still in favor of the women, even though nowadays women could work and stuff like that. But you gotta understand. Let me see. Wait, let me think. What about 100 years ago? It's only been 100. Let me see. When was World War II? I'm starting to forget. About 100 years ago, that was just 100 years ago. So it's gonna take time for the system to catch up, and there's still. Because of the unwed mother creation, there's still women and children. Mostly, a lot of it is young girls. If you see the woman with more than one child, and more often than not, the first one was when she was a young girl, maybe in her 20s or 18, or some of them younger than that. But yeah, and she thought she was in love, and he loved her, and that they were going to get married. Well, most of them. And they created a kid, and she was left with the kid. And stuff like that. And usually there'd be a big gap between the first and the second child. Because, okay, she learned from mistakes. She's trying to take care of the child. She might have some assistant parents, community. You don't know. Um, and she's going to school and she's working and building up. And then finally get to a place where she's thinking she's going to try again. But you think y'all, you guys think like, you're supposed to lounge around with with the food stamps and stuff like that. You don't have kids. You only have yourself to feed. And that's why so many of them are trying to sell it so they can get alcohol or drugs. So, uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You close the windows in the car?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, I do know some men who got it. Let me see. One of them, disability. They don't get much because, hey, you got disability. They believe it covered it all. Give you a little, and it depends on how much you're getting. Um, Another one. When I said leave the baby and run, cases where she left the baby and run. Usually white women. It's white woman, and he's not working as much. He has like just a part-time job, or the money doesn't pay as much. At least I know we got that down here. Or his hours been cut, or he been laid off, depending on if he had a good job. It's usually some kind of layoff, or it becomes seasonal. So he needs the food stamp. And even still, because too many of you nagas out there has been getting food stamps on false pretenses. The ones that have a legitimate reason, they don't get as much because they believe that's a lie. That especially for black men. Oh, it's definitely hard on black men. And okay. So I don't see that whining about food stamps. I remember when it used to be embarrassing. But then again, that's when the food stamp was in these like coupon books. Look, we're letting up the new money starting to look like what food stamps used to look back in the coupon books. Yeah, monopoly money. Oh, remember it used to be embarrassed when parents, grandparents, auntie, or whoever give you food stamp to go to the store. Oh, mama, do I have to? Uh-huh. But if you have to ever go without it, food stamps look really appealing. Right about now, food stamps look really appealing because everything is going up. Everything. No. Shoots. Nowadays, people are wishing they knew somebody who was selling food stamps. People keep at, anybody selling food stamps? No, catch one of the men. But even them, the price has gone up there. Even they are not. And there are legitimate men who actually use their food stamps and use it to get their food, because they only make enough just to cover their rent and utilities and maybe to wash some clothes and stuff like that. But there's a lot of them, addicts. But anyway, I'm getting off a topic and stuff like that. It was something I wanted to talk about or something, but yeah. I had lost the train of thought. Let me see. Did I mark it? Let me see if I marked it. Oh, wait. Let me scroll down. I don't think it was way up there. Let's see. A lot of black women don't get food stamps, maybe because we work and provide for our children, while black men still bitching about not being provided for like they are women. Pathetic maggot. Shoots. They don't want to be provided like they're women. Nowadays, women are not being provided for. That's why a lot of us are working and stuff like that. There's a few that might get some food stamp to help out. Or when they're pregnant, they get on WIC, or they take the child insurance so their children can go to doctors and all that other stuff. The chip, the children something or another. Um, but usually it's young. Right now, it's usually young. Eventually, women get off of it. So if they want to be treated like women, no, they want to treat it like women, and then they have a weird idea of how women way back in the day did though. They realize how hard women worked back in the day. Shoot, someone right there next to the man in the fields, and that's just the garden at their house for their own personal needs. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah. So so they have a fantasized idea. No. They don't want to be like treated like black women. They want to be treated like white women, like in Gone with the Wind. Well, I shouldn't say Gone with the Wind. I ain't never seen that whole movie. I've seen a clip here, a clip there. I don't watch it. Never read the book. Not that curious. Although I was kind of curious about the second book after Rhett Butler left, but that's because hey, that last scene, last line. Frankly, my dear, I don't. Yeah. So, oh yeah. Hey, I just thought about it. We read Butler. They Scarlet. The Black Winter Scarlet. We read Butler. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. But yeah, we reached that point with the black men so far. Hey, Cole. Yeah, we reached that point with the black men so far.
I'll
You
drop a
Borgin.
link.
You Borgin. Come on.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. That's better. I can hear you now. Okay, go ahead and say what
I'm
you're
gonna drop.
saying.
I'm gonna drop a link in the back chat of what it looked like back in the days that they said was the good old days for Black people. This is a documentary from my hometown, and this was what the good old days of the 1960s and stuff look and 50s and stuff. My grandmother days looked like for Black people. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
how much you can show it under fair use or not, but I'm gonna drop it back there for you. And I also drop it in the chat. I don't know if I could drop it in the chat or not, but I'll try, and people could click on it and stay later at a later time, not right now. They want to see what life looked like for us, for our Black women that was housewives.
Yeah, that's why I said they looking for white women like Gone with the Wind, some kind of fantasy version. Or maybe I'm just assuming things. Oh, it could be. All right, let's see. Okay,
Um,
here we go. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Hold on. Okay, whoa, harvest of shame. Well, we have the fair use. I might just uh play just a little bit to view, and then I'm gonna close it up, and they have to hear the rest of it if it's possible.
yeah, I didn't preview it, but I just wanted them to know. Actually, my aunt married to one of the ladies' sons in that video or something, but that was like for real, like that was real my lifetime. My aunt is in there.
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. Let's see. All right. 1960 Harvest of Shame. Here we
Over here.
7 cents. All day talking. Over here, 7 cents today. We're paying today. We're paying more than anybody in town. 7 cents. Heavy is today. 70 cents today. 70 cents. 70 cents all day jumping. All I can do is imagine. 8 cent box, and you guarantee you if you pull today and we pull what we got to pull today, you'll have $11 in your pocket.
This is not taking place in the Congo. It has nothing to do with Johannesburg or Cape Town. It is not Nyasaland or Nigeria. This is Florida. These are citizens of the United States, 1960. This is a shape-up for migrant workers. The hawkers are chanting the going peace rate at the various fields. This is the way the humans who harvest the food for the best-fed people in the world get hired. One farmer looked at this and said, "We used to own our slaves. Now we just rent them." The Secretary of Labor looked at the migrant plight and said,
"I think they're the great mass of what I've called the excluded Americans. They are people who cry out, workers and their children and their wives, who cry out for some assistance and whose plight is a shame. It's a shame in America."
The president of the American Farm Bureau Federation, the largest farmers organization, says,
"I think that most social workers would agree that it's better for a man to be employed, even if his capacity is such as to limit his income. And we take the position that it's far better to have thousands of these folks who are practically unemployable, earning some money, doing some productive work for at least a few days in the year."
This is an American story that begins in Florida and ends in New Jersey and New York State with the harvest. It is a 1960 Grapes of Wrath that begins at the Mexican border in California and ends in Oregon and Washington. It is the story of men and women and children who work 136 days of the year and average $900 a year. They travel in buses. They ride trucks. They follow the sun.
Well, I don't know. It don't look like we'll ever get ahead. I guess we'll just have to keep going till we can find something better.
A minister named Cassidy, who works with them, says,
They are just as bad as a slave. Only on name they are not a slave, but in the way they are treated, they are worse than a slave. And somebody has to make thousands of dollars out of his sweat. Is that a slave or not?
they are the migrants, workers in the sweatshops of the soil, the harvest of shame.
Brought to you tonight by Philip Morris Incorporated, makers of Marlboro Filter Cigarette.
Hello.
Harvest of shame. It has to do with the men, women, and children.
Hello. Sorry about that. That was just the beginning. I thought they were wrapping that up. I said, okay, that's a nice sharp. And then I just went to mute from the front and I was going to stop it. And it was still going. Like, oh, my goodness.
No, it's like an hour long. But when they were talking about, you should say 100 and some days to eat. So when they were talking about people taking food stamps and stuff, Black women didn't even qualify for a long, long time. And
Right.
if they ever get the chance to go see it, and the boy, there's a little boy in there, he'll tell you what he had to eat and watch it. So while they be trying to paint this history, and that is me growing up as a little girl, that was my grandmother, her sister, So that's what they were talking about when they were saying welfare took, and then you saw as many women walking around there as you saw men walking around. You ain't see them skirts and stuff.
Yeah, sure did.
So I think that these black men have a revisionist history of what actually took place in history, but that was just a little bit. And that is, like I say, it was people still going to up the road, what they call it, up the road, when I was in school in the 4th grade. So I don't think they really know. And those people that got that government, some of those people are the people who got some of that government housing right there. And they don't know about the shacks that they came from that didn't have no bathrooms and other stuff. So they get a real convenient. And the ones that grew up in that, because I really didn't grow up on food stamps, truth be told. My mama worked. So I ain't got no dog in this fight when it comes to that. But a lot of these kids and the ones who argue wouldn't even ate if it weren't for them same food stamps while they were around here trying to income shame people and talk about this and that. They wouldn't even be here to complain because they ate off the fat of the land and them food stamps to survive. I didn't happen to be one of them. But I ain't looking down my nose at the ones who did, because my mama was the working poor. She was barely above poverty, but enough not to qualify because she had a degree. And that's all I just wanted to say. So I just thought it was something that like people could look at, and I'll drop the link in the chat if other people want to, if I'm able to. I don't know if I am, so I'm gonna call this off.
Yeah. So yeah, been told that. Yeah, and you notice that the kids were working. There was a young girl trying to pick and take care of a baby at the same time. Did y'all see that, or did I close up the screen on that part? Yeah. So children, women, men, children. Yeah, I heard story of how well, here in Louisiana, cotton, they will have kids so they can earn the money they need, because sometimes with big families the kids had to participate, the older ones, um and my great grandmother has stood her ground because they didn't have to do it where they were at before. Actually, they still didn't, because he did decent money and stuff like that. They weren't starving, and then he hunt, but he was trying to get the extra money, send the kids out there. And my great grandmother put her foot down and said, "No, no, none of my kids are gonna be working on the cotton field. We worked too hard, doggone hard to get out of cotton field to go back in it and stuff like that. If we need extra money, then you go get you another job. You're not working my children in no cotton field." My great aunt, my grandfather's younger sister, told me that story, because she was gonna go. She was gonna go that way. She can buy what she wanted. That was the way that dad pictured me. You can buy what you want, and that be money that I don't have to take out of my pocket. Because y'all get what y'all got your own money. Y'all get y'all clothes and whatever. And she was thinking, oh, okay, I get to choose what I want to wear. And when her mom put the foot down, that was, she was surprised, because her mom, well, little bitty woman standing up to their dad. Not that he ever hit her, but still, I guess she never was that vocal about it. She'll ask some stuff, but she never said, "Oh, you not," you know. But this she saw the ferociousness of her mother, you know, and yeah, mother bear defending her cubs anyway. And at first she was not happy about it. Like, Dad, talk to mom. No, no, what your mama said goes. But then after she saw the friends of hers that did go work in cotton, see how hard it was and how hot and how heavy and how backbreaking it was, she was glad she didn't go. Hmm. But I've talked to elders where they're starving. A lot of time the cousins that would come during the summertime and stuff like that. Part of the reason was because the family couldn't feed them. And you're living in the country, most people had a garden, there was hunting, so there was food. You just didn't have much paper money, but hey, you can grow your own food, and very seldom that there was a bad harvest for personal gardens and stuff like that. And then there was hunting and fishing, so you ate. So they sent the children down, and I heard a horror story of the children. Okay, I ain't gonna tell you because it's very, 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 very gross. But no, no, this is how bad starvation will make you do. Okay, you know how you eat corn on the cob, and when you go pool, you still see kernels every now and then. Where these children were pulling the corn out of their pool and re-eating it again because they were so hungry. But it became a habit. So even when they did have food available, they were still doing it. So uh, one of the elder ladies told her mom about it. Her mom said, "Don't say nothing about it." She was explaining to her that's how hungry these children were, and it became a habit. So they don't believe that the food is gonna always be there because it wasn't always there for them. So even though they got food, they're still doing. But I'm gonna, she's gonna break them of the habit, but not by embarrassing them or anything. She was gonna talk to them. She told her daughter, "Don't say anything. Don't tell them anything about it." And she, yeah, because until then she didn't realize she had heard about people being hungry, but she had no idea how bad it could take. Hmm. That you would, that you so hungry you resort to something like that. Hmm. But they grew out of it, and they grew to be well adjusted kids and stuff like that. But they did not. But you do notice certain things, like they did not throw away food. There was no wasting of no food. If you didn't want to eat the food, somebody was going to eat it. If you grew up where they was trying to get you to eat the plate of food, even if you're full, the good ones would be like, okay, we don't waste no food here. Anybody else want to what's left on the plate, or they'll eat it themselves. I seen people gain weight because they so ingrained that not to waste food that they rather eat it if nobody else is going to eat it instead of going to waste or going to slop hogs or feed dogs and stuff like that. People before animals. Hmm. Okay, now that I grow y'all out, I'm going to shut it down. I see y'all mandering down, and y'all don't want to hear no horror stories. Hmm. Yeah, nobody else wants to come up and talk. Okay, we're gonna end this. I'm gonna put my music back on. Yes, and we're gonna end it with a little music. Thank you, Koja, for the video. But yeah, they do have an unrealistic view of back in those days and stuff like that. Yeah, and yeah, keep making me thinking of that song Grandma said. But anyway, so the good old days weren't always good. All right, peace, power, unity. Oh, so they blame some women for taking assistance so their kids could eat. My mom was born in New Jersey and went back and forth. The school lunch in Jersey would be the only meal at times. Yes, I've heard stuff like that. In fact, believe it or not, it's still going on today. There's some kids that their only food is at school lunch. You know how I could tell which one of the kids were that's that? They don't throw away food. Some kids, because of the way they gotta have to package everything because of COVID and stuff like that, they didn't care for the new food. So they'll throw it away. But the ones, nah, wait a minute, hey, I'll take that, take it. You see a kid with 2 or 3 plates, he's taking it from his co-workers, his classmates, because he's hungry. That gonna be his only meal, so he might as well fill up. And if there's anything of it that he can save, like if it's sandwiches in a bag or something like that, like in a sealed bag and stuff like that, then he'll put it in his book bag and take it home. So yeah, so that and that's why we so encourage the summer lunch program, because otherwise these kids who are used to having just one meal a day during school, they need it. And be like, oh, well, why not? If it's stamps, it gets sent, but not everybody can get food stamps. Not everybody's available, or the parents don't want to do it because they don't want government in their thing, or they working poor. They make a little too much to qualify, but they don't. Okay. Let me see how my mom had put it. You poor enough to be considered poor, but you make a little too much to get the help that you need. Something like that. These dudes hate women and children, so that's not surprising. When you live in a male-centered society, nobody except the man is of importance. Everybody else is just here to please and serve him. Okay, they misunderstanding. Okay, because I heard it's the big piece of chicken analogy. Because the man at the time was the main breadwinner or the only breadwinner in certain cases, he was given the bigger portion because he's going to be working all day. We're talking about, for black men, we're talking about 12 hours, 16, and don't let him have like 2 or 3 jobs, you know. Or he has a job during the week and another job for the weekend, or he got some little side hustle. But basically, he's working all day, and the men back in those days did a lot of labor intense work, so they need solid meals. So of course, he's given the big piece of chicken. He's served because without him, the family would starve. Without him, the family would not have a roof over his head. Without him, so they taking care of him. He gets the big piece of chicken. He's given opportunity to relax. If the kids need to be quiet for the man to relax, then the kids are going to be quiet. You hear about wives massaging the aches and pains again, so he won't be stiff. When he has to get up at work at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Usually about 3. If I go by my great grandfather's, about 3 in the morning, and all kind of other stuff. You're confusing that. He's saying that she's being submissive. He never asked her that. That's her taking care of her man. That's some intense labor thing. But if you ain't working, you're not taking care of the bills, making sure the family is clothed, fed, housed, and stuff like that, you're not going to get that. And if if the woman is working just as much as you, she's just as tired. So she's not going to be quite as doing that her grandmother, her great grandmother had done, and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a male-centered world, but now things are changing. Y'all keep hollering about 50-50, 50-50. The world is changing. Now women are part of the workforce. Women are working, especially those who are single mothers, because the man ain't there to do the bulk of that. So hey, and these men never ask for submission. They never demand submission. If the wife give it, fine. If she don't, fine. Or at least the good ones. We have a few that beat their wives and stuff like that. But I don't think it was about submission. I think they just want an excuse to beat their wives. The women went to the beans in the cornfield together with the man. Yeah, that's another reason why he don't demand. You know, hey, she's working right next to him. He's seen just how hard she's working, as he is. They want to be treated like kings for doing nothing because they have a oh, okay, the sauce between the legs. Okay, yeah. Because if you really listen to grandma, she's working just as hard. She's working side by side, whether they own the land or they were sharecroppers or they were hired to bring in the harvest. She worked side by side with her man, doing the same type of work as him, but it was about them as a family. Yeah. And when they reach a certain point, yes, she would do, especially when the kids start coming. When the kids start coming, her labor was more so in the house. That's the way the man preferred. She still would part time help him out in the field. Hey.
Hey, what's going on, man? Well, you know what? Back then, well, back then, men were strong. Back then, and you had good men who knew what it was about to maintain and protect the family. You see, the woman was God back then, just like the woman is God now, but they want to try to act like they don't want to recognize that. Everything was done for the. I keep trying to tell you guys. You just won't listen to me. Everything we do is for women and children. Without them, we have no purpose. Women give us purpose. They give us our lives and they give purpose to our lives. Without them, we would kill each other. We will wither off and die. We will have no reason to live. And let me break it down for you idiots like Randy SoCal. Randy, and idiots like him. Those Beamers and shiny cars and stuff that you guys got. Well, there would be no reason for them if there were no women. Who are you going to show off to? Remember that song in Will Smith's Summertime? Rolling through the neighborhood 2 miles an hour so everybody sees you. You think he would roll through the neighborhood 2 miles an hour if everybody that saw him was men? He wouldn't. We want women to see us. Women give us purpose. And I know you guys don't want to hear that because you're listening to your Red Supremes, who's an idiot. Listen to the lunatics like RBR. Okay, and the truth is hard to swallow. But women and children give you purpose. Without a woman, this world means nothing. All of the diamonds that you mine, all of the gold that you dig up, it means nothing if there is no women. Nothing. All of the breakthroughs that you make in science, it means nothing if there is no women. Okay? No women. James Brown was ahead of the time when he said, it's a man's world, but it means nothing without a woman or a girl. It doesn't get any truer than that, people. The problem is a lot of you guys thought that he was just making a song. No, he's telling you the truth. Oh yeah, it's a man's world. But it don't mean anything without a woman or a girl. That's why you guys sound like fools when you say you're going your own way. You sound gay. You want to poke each other in the dunker.
Okay.
You guys sound stupid when you say, men are more important than women. You sound stupid when you say men can get along without women. You really walk around here and believe that you can get along without women? I would like to see you try it. Even if you're gay. Gay people can't get along without women. They can't. No human being on this earth can survive long without women. I don't care if you're a man or another woman. Can't do it. I hate to tell you guys and break it to you, but women are it. They're pretty much just life itself. Now, I know you don't want to hear that because you think that you're better than what you really are. You think that you're kings and shit. Oh, and by the way, I still can't find a race of kings. You know, you conscious dudes keep talking about we come from a race of kings. I still can't find that race of kings. And I'm searching hard. I'm all over Africa trying to find one. You know, I'm where's this race of kings that we come from? I wonder if you guys know what you're saying. You said a race of kings. Where is a race of kings? I still haven't found it yet. I'll let you know if I find it. If I find the race of kings that we come from, I will definitely do a show on it. Okay? But as of right now, I have not uncovered a race of kings anywhere that I have searched. Okay? But you guys don't get it. You're going to call me simp and everything, but you're the stupid one. You don't get it. The very woman that you hate, the very woman that you bash, whatever, you can't survive without her. Now, I'm going to tell you something that's going to mess you up a little bit. Don't say women can't survive without us. You're not ready for that answer. You're not ready for that. We got some science that'll knock your block off about that. You guys ain't ready to hear that. So we're going to hold on to that. Okay? Y'all not in the right place to hear the answer to that. Can women survive without men? Y'all ain't ready for that yet. See, we can't survive without them. But them surviving without us? Oh, it's not that simple as a yes or a no. We're going to leave a big question mark there for right now. Okay. See, when you listen to ignoramuses like RBR, who sit up there with moronic and stupid shit that he's been programmed to say, you start to believe this bullshit. Who do you think is teaching you how to say the word patriarchy? Who do you think is teaching you how to say the word matriarchy? Black folks ain't teaching you that word. Black folks aren't teaching you those terms. Those terms didn't come from black folks. Where do you think you're getting that from? You're not getting it from black folks. Now, what these historians won't tell you about Africa, these so-called super African intelligent revolutionary people in the conscious community, they keep telling you about one place, Egypt and Kemet and all those. But there's something that they keep leaving out about Africa. Africa was dominated at one point by a matriarchy. What do you think ISIS is all about? What, do you think she's some fictional character like Wonder Woman? What do you think ISIS is all about? Who was ISIS? What do you think ISIS is all about? Africa at one point was dominated by a matriarchy. And did you know at one time the women were naturally bigger and taller than the men and stronger? Now,
I'll be right back.
go on mute, Dane, please. Let me let you know the secret that Tupac said. See, Tupac dropped some gems in Dear Mama, right? And one of the gems that he dropped in Dear Mama was, we all get our game from a woman. Now, what do you think he meant by that? Damn. Oh, yeah, dropping shit. What do you think he's getting that from? What do you think he means when he said we all get our game from a woman? Now, you've heard me going on record, right, saying that I don't believe we created language. We as men, I believe it was taught to us. Who do you think taught it to us? I want you to say it. I want you guys to say it. I know who taught it to us. See, I ain't got no problem loving the black woman. I ain't got no problem speaking the truth about the black woman. You guys do. You guys need to learn to say it. How do you think you learned how to hunt? How do you think you learned how to fight? Who do you think taught you? Who do you think taught you how to eat and strengthen yourself? Who do you think gave you knowledge of self? Now, we have evidence that men on this earth are not that old. We have scientific evidence that man is only about 60,000 years old. Women, we have evidence that women are much older than that. I remember when I told it to that lunatic RBR, right? He tried to find a man that was older than 60,000 years and he couldn't find it. He tried hard. He even tried to make up lies. They didn't work. He couldn't find it. No matter where he searched, he couldn't find man existing more than 60,000 years. If you do find a man's bones older than 60,000 years, it is a lie. They have changed a lot of things. They've crossed up a lot of information. They've whitewashed a lot of things. Don't even get me started on Egypt with the bestiality. Things that they won't tell you about Egypt and Kemet. But yet, they want to be associated with the blacks in Egypt, right? They built the pyramids, so what? They also had sex with animals. They got animals pregnant. Many of the men in Egypt were so disgusting and filthy. They actually got other animals pregnant. Do you want to be associated with that because they built the pyramids? See, the conscious community is a joke. It's a bunch of half-truths. They tell you a little bit of truth and a lot of fantasy, a lot of things that don't make sense. Like their so-called Egyptian gods, right? How they talked about him creating humanity by giving himself fellatio and ejaculating in his own mouth and spitting it out, thus creating humanity. I actually listened to a guy speak this shit. His name is Brother Jabari. They actually believe that, and they called it purity. Yes, these crazy people are walking around here telling you about fellatio created human life on Earth by a God, a so-called male God, giving himself fellatio to the point where he ejaculated in his own mouth and spit it up and here we come. Isn't that nasty and disgusting? Only a gay person would say such a thing. I found out that gay people have a uncanny, I mean, an uncanny endurance for disgusting things. Things that would make you gag and puke. Don't seem to bother them. I think it helps with being gay. So they say some of the most disgusting and vile things. This is how you can point out to gay people. Let me drop some gems on y'all. You want to find out who's gay around you. Just listen to them talk. If someone is excessively raunchy when they talk, they're homo. If somebody constantly got penises in their mouths when they talk, if it's a male, he's a homo. Romel's constantly talking about, yeah, I'm going to put my penis in your anus. And do you like a bee? That's gay. Even when they joke, right, they make funny cartoons about people. If you got a male with a picture of another male and he's putting things on the picture, like Photoshop of penises and sperm and stuff, that man is gay. They're constantly saying things like, yes, you can go and suck your own penis. While you're at it, suck a couple of other penises and put a couple in your booty hole. These are gay people. So listen to the disgusting raunchiness. They have this uncanny ability to accept the most disgusting and vile sexual things imaginable. And it doesn't bother them. Seriously, things that make you and I throw up, they don't seem to have a problem with. Like I said, I think it helps with them being gay. Something that nasty, right? Imagine how disgusting two guys doing it must smell. Think about that for a second. What kind of human can get used to that smell? Imagine what that must smell like. The disgusting nature is through the roof. The disgusting content of it all is through the roof. I'm trying not to gag right now. But these people seem to be extraordinary at enduring disgusting things. Has anybody noticed that? And their conversations about sex are way over the top. I don't even go on panels anymore because the dudes up there are funny. You know, many of these panels. There's no good old insults anymore. Okay? See, I'm a heterosexual man. When I insult a guy, I'm not thinking about his private parts or his booty hole or any of that stuff. I might call him a punk, a coward, a sucker, or something like that. But I'm not going to get on something talking about some moist booty hole. Straight men don't say stuff like that. And so these panels, you hear all of this stuff, which that they believe that a great many men on social media are homosexuals. So I've stopped going on panels. I stopped messing with dudes. I stay over here with the real thing, with the ladies. I hang out. I do my shows. I don't even mess with cats no more, man, because you don't even know many of these dudes ain't even straight. I mean, they go off right on some so-called masculine tirade, right? And then the tirade turns into, yeah, I'm gonna stick you in your booty hole and lick your prostate and drink your urine and pour it in your... What? Yeah, nigga, I'm madder than you. I'm gonna turn you around, bend you over, and do you from the back. Well, what kind of insult is that? Dude, we throwing insults, man. You talking about raping somebody. I mean, you get into it with a dude, throw a few insults and shit. He talking about raping you. I stopped, man. I can't do it no more, man. I don't mess these dudes no more, man. And when they come up here on my panel, I hear any of that, I throw them off, man. I don't even want to. These dudes are like super, like cyber, right? The guy that goes over on RBR cyber, that's all he talks about. And then he also talks about little girls sexually. And so if they ain't talking about other men, they're talking about underage girls. It's a bunch of pedos, weirdos, perverts on YouTube. RBR is one too. He's a big pervert. And he's supposed to be married. He's as bad as the rest of them. I mean, when I get mad at a dude and we arguing or whatever, I don't start talking about some, yeah, man, gonna do you in the butt and take your manhood. What? That ain't no masculine shit to say. The hell are you talking about? That's the kind of shit, like if you stay around a couple of, in a room full of some real dudes, right? And you say that and you look at the dudes like they're supposed to be laughing, ain't nobody gonna be laughing, bro. They're gonna be looking at you like they got a serious problem with you. They're gonna be on some, dude, what did you just say? You gonna do what? There's another thing too. It's bad enough when a guy say he gonna do another guy from behind, but it's 100%, and you can take it to the bank when he uses the F word. When he said, "I'm gonna F you from the back," okay, that's 100. You can go ahead and cash that check. That check is as good as government cheese. So I'm just hanging out right now because I ain't got nothing else to do. So I'm just powwowing with y'all. Now we just have just a regular talk. So my travels around YouTube, I've encountered some real strange things. And I wonder if people are paying attention. Hold on one second. Dame, are you there? Dame.
Yes, I'm here.
Hold on one second. I'm frozen. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh well. Now you know why I'm end up being 3 goodbye. Just when we thought it was over. Okay, so yeah. I heard some strange things. You know, especially when the men start taking off their shirts, uh, uh, or having the avatar with them with their shirts off.
Okay, am I back now?
Yes.
So anyway, not to gross y'all out, but getting back to the black woman, she's it, brothers. Um, there's no getting around her. There's no going over her. She's it. And whether you know guys don't understand, you should be grateful because not for her, we would have no purpose. We would serve no purpose. What are men going to do? Think about this. Tell me what you're going to do as a group of men without women. I want you guys to think about. I want you guys to really think about that. If there was no women here on earth, what would you do? Go to work for what? If you was digging ditches when women were around, are you going to continue to dig ditches when they're not around? You're going to drive your car where? Where would you go there's men? So what are you driving your car for? What would you do? I would like somebody to come up with a scenario on what you would do without women. I already know you can't do anything. I know some of you numbskulls are going to try to put something together. You're not doing anything without women. Nada. Zero. Without women, you are finito. Now, Kevin Samuels, when he was alive, he tried to make you think that you didn't need women. And some of you fools actually believe that now, right? Some of you are stupid enough to believe that now. Well, we don't need women. Really? Let's see how that works out for you. Even homosexuality needs women. Everybody needs women. There is no not needing women. Stop being stupid and listening to dumb things. That's what I tell most of you niggers is dumb stuff because you're stupid enough to believe it. I bet you Kevin Samuels wouldn't have told me that. He knows better. They know who they can talk to and who they can't talk to. They know who they can feed this stupid stuff to and who they can't. But Exactly. You depend on women. We depend on women. We are dependents, whether you like it or not. Now, of course, we were supposed to do the brawny shit, right? And we supposed to take care of home or whatever. And our women can depend on us for that, right? But we are the ones who are dependent. It don't look like it, but we are. We depend on women to give us purpose. Without women, we will have no purpose, bro. They said a woman is the first teacher of the child. If that is correct, then who taught you how to read and write? In the beginning, when there were no schools, who taught you how to talk? Who taught you all these things? There were no schools, so the woman had to teach you how to talk. She had to teach you all of these things. She is the first teacher of the child, right? So if that's the case, where does your knowledge come from? Where does knowledge of yourself come from? Who tells you that you are a male? Your mother. Who is the first one to tell you that you are a male? Your mother. If I don't tell you that, your mother is the one that gives you knowledge of self. She is the very first one that teaches you. She is the very first person that you learn from and also find out that you are a male child. Somebody stop me when I'm not telling the truth. So your knowledge of self comes from your mother. Who tells you the differences between you and a girl? Your mother. Knowledge of self comes from your mother. Doesn't come from Africa. Doesn't come from the UK. It doesn't come from the big head scientist called Yaqub. It doesn't come from the Nation of Islam. It doesn't come from the conscious community. Knowledge of self comes from your black mother. Now, I know y'all don't want to hear that, but it's true. And shame on you for not wanting to accept that truth. That's what's wrong with you now. You don't want to accept truth. Your head is filled with a bunch of lies. That's why you're running around here crazy, disrespecting your women, bullying your women, trying to kill your women. Because you don't want to accept the truth. I mean, you hate women now because you can't have women the way you want them. You want to control them, you want sex slaves because you're immature. But dang.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
Anything to disagree with what I said?
Well, no. Mm-hmm. None whatsoever.
Here's your chat. What's going on in the chat? I can't see the
Well,
chat.
let me see. Remy says don't need women, but they depend on women. Let me see.
Absolutely. We do depend on women. We need women. Those guys are dumb, thinking that they don't need women. They're dumb. Yes, we need our women. Yes, we are dependent on our women. For those of us who love our women, that's no mean feat for us. We accept that 100%. That's easy for me. What else, Dan?
That's pretty much it. You know, Miss Mimi came in.
Any questions, chat? Anybody want to pick my brain, ask me some questions before we get out of here? So, then while we're waiting for some questions,
Mm-hmm.
tell me what you like about the show today.
Well,
we didn't get a chance to do the whole thing. We never do get to a whole RBR show, do we?
Mm-mm. No.
Right? It always get interrupted by something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Miss Mimi says she got a question.
Sure, fire away.
And if you want to come up on the panel, the link is pinned to the top. In fact,
just had a fire away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, fire away with your question.
Yeah, so what I was saying.
Okay. She asks us, what if you were raised by a mother? What if you were raised by a mother was not good?
What do you mean? What if you were raised by a mother? Good. You gotta give me a little bit more than that. What context are you saying that in? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that. What if you were raised by a mother that wasn't good, and you turned out a certain way? Like what? You gotta give me a little bit more than that. Okay. Yeah, give me a little bit more than that.
Okay. Let's see. What if you were raised by a mother? By mother was not good, like abusive emotionally.
Mm-hmm. Most likely you're gonna have some trauma. But you have to understand, your mother was also traumatized. Okay? 9 times out of 10, an abusive mother comes from an abusive man. But there is a rare occasion where the woman is just mean. Okay? There are those rare occasions.
Okay. All right. Someone named Sispin wants to come up. He's on backstage. Let him up.
No.
All right. Oh, that's Randy.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Randy's an idiot. You can't talk to an idiot, man. Like, it'll be one thing if we can have a conversation, but when somebody just keeps saying the same thing over and over again, and they don't hear anything from you, they don't even try to converse with you, that is called an idiot, and you're wasting your time with an idiot. Randy SoCal is an idiot. Yeah, sometimes, there's a rare occasion where it don't happen often, but it does happen, where the woman somehow just becomes mean. You know, she's just mean. Could be because of some things in life she didn't like, or it could be, I don't know, she's just mean. But 9 times out of 10, the woman is abusive because she's been abused. Okay? Sure, let me fire away.
Let's see. All right. Ms. Mimi said, I can agree with that, Max, and thank you. Oh, Remy says she has a question. Okay.
Fire away.
Okay. Why don't black men get together like they did during the Million Man March and get custody of their children?
First of all, the Million Man March was a million man failure. They didn't do anything at the I was at the Million Man March. They didn't do anything. All they did was smoke weed, barbecue, partied a little bit, listen to a few speakers. The same shit they could have did anywhere. There really wasn't nothing going on. And then it was supposed to be change, right? It was all about change. Change your behavior. I mean, you know, maybe some brothers did. But I really didn't see anything going on. I mean, it was all right. It was a nice environment. You know, nobody was fighting. Nobody got shot. At least not that I can recall. But it really wasn't nothing going on. It was just a big gathering. And some keynote speakers. You know? That's it. And child support was never discussed. And taking care of children was never discussed. I never heard nobody talk about that. I heard speakers come up there talking about, as black people, we got to do this and we got to do that. As black men, we got to do this and we got to do that. But I didn't hear anything about, you know, unless I missed it. Because I was preoccupied, because I had some cousins there too, so I may have missed some of the speakers, but I don't even remember hearing any speaker telling black men to take care of their kids. So I didn't think the Million Man March really accomplished anything. Unless you want to say it did get a whole bunch of brothers in one place. Yeah, that happened, but nothing else did. Okay, what's the next question? They don't want custody of their children either, as a matter of fact. All these guys want to do is run around here like little kids, you know, immature boys are pumping dumb. That's all they want to do.
Okay. She says, with so many issues going on today with black men, why don't these black men content creators promote good health? For instance, nobody talk about going to the doctor or the dentist.
Because there's no money in it. There's more money in bashing black women than bashing black men. That's where the money's at. Any of the black people here on this part of YouTube are nothing but many of them are phony and fake. They're just here for the bag. They don't care nothing about black people's health. They don't care nothing about that. We're just here for the bag. Okay? And promoting health, okay, that makes too much logical sense. They won't do that. And if they did, nobody will listen. Me and Dame her trying to put together positive shows about health and food and stuff, and you know, nobody shows up. Nobody shows up. Yet some fool can fire up talking crap about black women and 300 people over there. We can't get 3 people over here to talk about black women's health and black men's health, but somebody can fire up talking about they hate black women and black women abusing hoes. They got 300-400 people in the chat. So ain't no money there.
Yeah. She said me and you should keep doing those health shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go back to it. But they're not exciting shows. You know, nobody's getting beat up or talked about like a dog, so ain't nobody interested. But, you know, we can give it a shot again. You know? I remember we did the show about black girls, and we did one about that little poor girl that got killed. You know? We only had, 9 people in here that night, Dave? We had that many people in here that night.
I think there might have been 12.
You know, we don't get the support these other cats get. You know, nobody hits us up, nobody sends us cash apps. Of course, we don't ask for it, but we don't get that kind of support. These rotten channels, they get all of the money, they get the support, they get 300, 400, 500 people in the chat. Maybe they're talking about straight hatred and craziness.
Okay.
You know?
Uh-huh.
We don't get that kind of support. Good.
Another question. Why don't black men address other men when they have issues with them? The perfect example would be their fathers. They never stick up to them. Or women. That might be they never stand up to them.
Because they're busy listening to guys like Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, you know, guys like Red Supreme, telling them that it's not their fault, that they live in a gynocracy and it's the black woman's fault. So if you don't think that it's your fault and you feel that you live in a gynocracy that's controlled by women, then why would you address your father? He's not at fault. You would address your mother because you've been told that you've been under a woman's control in a gynocracy. So everything is your fault, and that's exactly what they do. They blame you for every single thing. And the father can be wrong as 2 left shoes. They don't care nothing about him. They don't blame nothing. They don't blame him for nothing. They feel that they are in a gynocracy, and you're a black woman. You are control of the gynocracy, and so you're the one that's at fault. That's why. In a gynocracy, according to them, men can't be at fault because women control the gynocracy. Yep, that's the kind of idiotic shit that they're on.
Sure. I said because society promotes individualism rather than family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Knowledge of self, the way they promote knowledge of self is wrong. They promote knowledge of self as some kind of individual ideology, when that's not what it's about. Knowledge of self is understanding that the black woman is your first teacher. She is the one that gives you knowledge of self, your mother. But they don't turn it into some kind of individual selfish thing. Sending people on wild goose chases. You need to go search the globe and find knowledge of self. Like you on some kung fu escapade like David Carradine. Do y'all know that that movie or that show, Kung Fu with David Carradine, was blatantly racist? Y'all know that?
I know it now. I didn't know it at the time.
They didn't even try to hide the racism. A white man on some Confucius fortune cookie shit, playing an Asian Chinese dude from Shaolin Temple. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we grew up watching white men play Indians too. So, you know. Oh, Remy, next question is, so because there are too many men that are sickos, pedos, freakos, weirdos, and psychos, what are black women supposed to do for male influence for their sons?
Well, that's a good question. And it's breaking my heart that I can't even answer it in its entirety because I'm actually searching for an answer myself. Because there's just too many messed up dudes out here. And I'm trying to find more positive influences. I don't even have an answer for that right now, Remy. Maybe in another month I will. Because I'm trying to figure that out too. Because I see the same thing you see. Too many black men are effed up. So where's the real influence going to come from? Okay. Guys like myself are few and far in between. There ain't many dads on duties out here. Where's the influence going to come from? So that's something that got to really work on uncovering. You know, that's a good question. Unfortunately, I can't answer it right now. I don't have an answer to that either. I want to know that myself too. Where's the influence going to come from? We got to find it. We got to figure it out. We got to somehow find, under all of this madness, all of this mess, we somehow got to find the right influence. If even the right influence still exists, we got to somehow find it. And yeah, so sorry I couldn't answer your question.
Oh, she got another one.
No, I don't. No, there is no black man brotherhood. Because a true black man brotherhood wouldn't hate black women. Now there are some brothers out here, okay, who stick together, but a true black man brotherhood wouldn't hate black women. No. These guys hate black women. They done sold out. That's not a brotherhood. That's a black man trader group. No, I don't believe there's a black man brotherhood. Not anymore. There may be some small ones, you know, but you got to find them. And there may be some small ones here and there, but large groups, no. All that went out with the Panthers and all that. There may be some small ones.
Okay. Our society and education institution promotes self-gratification rather than self-sacrifice for a family, which is our legacy.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to send my kids to public schools. That's another reason why. He's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's another question from Remy. with the climate of
Yeah,
black men
actually,
today. Oh, you
I got
see
the
it?
question already. Yeah, actually, I believe the black woman could do a better job raising the boys anyway. I'm serious because the men are actually hurting the women by teaching the boys femininity. They're learning femininity from the black men. They're not learning this from the black woman. They're learning this from black men. So the black men are actually hurting the black woman who's trying to raise her boys with some manhood and masculinity. You know, they're overshadowing that by teaching the boys femininity. You got grown ass black men running around here, tight fitting clothes, powdered blue shirts and shit, high heeled boots, talking about they ain't gay. You got Mary with the boots, stilettos. They're teaching the boys femininity. So I think that the black woman can do a better job raising the boys on her own. I think the black woman should try this. To hell with the black men and just focus 100% on raising your boys yourself. And get creative. Find male influences in creative ways online. You know what? Online is a good source of male influence. You don't have to go traipsing all over the world. You can actually type it in and put some good positive images on his computer. Okay? So that might be a way to combat it, Remy. That might be a way to combat it. But I think that black women could do a better job raising their boys. I think black men don't involve themselves enough to become teachers. If you want to do something, can't nobody push you out of anything. If you really want to do something. Okay? No, I think black men don't want to become involved anymore. They want to leave everything to black women. They want black women to do everything. You don't hear, again, remember, Remy, that you said you don't hear them talking about being doctors and dentists or anything like that? Well, you also don't hear them talking about being teachers either. School teachers. They don't talk about being school teachers. I don't hear this guy. Somebody came up there?
Bro, speak. You ready?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't hear them talking about being school teachers. Okay? I don't hear that. So I think right now the black woman should say F the black man and focus all her resources onto her boys and raise her boys. I think she'll end up doing a better job than an absentee father. Because you have the internet, you can find positive influences of males on the internet. There's men on the internet doing positive things. That your son can relate to. There are coaches on the internet that can coach your son. So yeah, I say use the internet and forget about the absentee father and embrace your boys yourself. You might end up doing better off than you think. What's going on, bro? Speak.
Hey, what's up, Max? What's going on?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Oh, no, nothing much. I wanted to answer that question with Remy about the male influence, but I think you answered it. Like you said, you have the internet. You're gonna have to look for them,
mm-hmm.
and when you find them, you need to promote them. as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and also it's gonna take the women to do that, and like you said, focus on your boys. Stop worry about these dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen more women worry about some dude than their own kids, and I'm looking at it like, that's your kid. Worry about him,
right?
Because he's gonna be the one ultimately gonna come back and take care of you when you get older.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be focused on getting him straight or her straight, so that when you get old, they're gonna come back and take care of you. Because if you're worrying about some dude, they can go at any time. It's just the way it is. Especially
Yeah.
now.
Absolutely.
Especially now, where it's individuality, do for you. I get mine, you get yours. That kind of mentality out here. You're better off focusing on your children. That's your legacy there.
Since there are not enough quality men I believe that there's quality men out there. Listen, let's not hold on, black women. Let's not get caught up in these idiots on social media. Okay, they are not the entire embodiment of black men. Okay, a lot of good black men aren't on social media. Okay, a lot of good black men are out working, taking care of families, either focus on their craft. You know, they're at a job, particularly trying to climb the ladder. They're really focused and engaged on what they're doing. They don't really hang out on social media. Some may have a Facebook, but they barely even mess with that. I still know guys who don't even know what YouTube is. They've never been on YouTube. Okay? Never been on YouTube. They old school guys. They just work, come home, watch TV, and then go to bed. They don't get on computers or anything like stuff. Okay? And so trust me, there's good black men out there. Don't get caught up in the nonsense that you hear on social media and think they are the end all be all. They are not. They're actually a minority. They're not a majority. They may be a majority here on social media, but not in real life.
And if I can, I mean, black YouTube is this section of black YouTube is very small in comparison to what it is. You got dudes who will challenge these dudes when they come over on different panels. I've listened to other black men. They roast these guys like out the woodworks because they ain't trying to hear that dumb shit.
Yeah, so, they got white guys roasting them now too.
Well, you know,
I heard some white dudes getting after them.
I've seen some.
I really don't care about what white dudes because look, when you got to get the Supreme Court to have your woman have your children, I don't want to hear what a white dude talking about.
Yeah, man.
Dudes. So
you know what?
That don't impress me. You got your own woman to do it. Why are you worrying about what black men doing anyway? That's just I don't care.
Speaking of that, Dave, we didn't give our take on that. You know, you want to do it, or you want to wait? You want to do a Dame and the Black Knight on it later on in the week?
Yeah, because I went with
all right, okay, y'all. We're gonna do a Dame and the Black Knight sometime in the week. We're gonna give y'all our spin on the Roe v. Wade thing. And you know, nobody does it like me and the Damester, so you definitely want to tune in to that. We're gonna have our own take on it. I had a couple of things to say, but I think it's funny in a way because some people tripping me out. You know, I need a couple of these people to make their damn mind up. First, you had a problem with women doing it. Now you got a problem that you can't do it. You know, and then I'm going to expose who they are. I'm going to name names. You know what I'm saying? We're going to figure it out. I'm going to call a couple of people out because I want to know which one is it. Okay. But unfortunately, bro, speak your cause at the tail end of the podcast. We get ready to shut it down.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. But can I ask one more question?
Yeah. Sure.
As far as black men getting together, like the Million Man March,
Oh yeah, I went to that, man.
Yeah.
I didn't.
The reason why, well, there's a multitude of reasons, but it comes down to there's too many guys with too many ideologies, and they think they're right, especially when it comes to women. And they think they right, and you know or if they have a thing about how to solve the community, but they want to be the head one. They want to be the savior. So that causes a conflict in that too. So it's you know that's really the real reason. It's like too many ideologies, too many people want to be the head person in charge, and so it's hard for black men to come together. The only way that's gonna work, you got to have something set in stone where these men can just go and do, not just brainstorm. So
I hear you.
I think that's where that's coming from. But yeah.
Well said. Okay, y'all, we get ready to shut it down. Thanks, both, for coming on up. And Remy, when we do a Dame in the Black Night, we're gonna finish answer your question. Matter of fact, we're gonna give you some examples of some good brothers out here that you might want to talk to. Don't sleep on these diesel mechanics. A lot of them are single and they make some serious money. I'm talking about 90K and up. Okay, so don't sleep on these diesel mechanics. Y'all know I'm in the trucking industry. I know a lot of diesel mechanics. Okay, so it's just a matter of y'all knowing where to look to find these these good guys. Okay, trust me, there's not a lot of dudes out here like the Manosphere. That's some YouTube shit. All right, so don't get caught up in that. All right. All right, then get the music queued up. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, y'all. We see what is it, Sunday? We see y'all on Wednesday. We're off on Monday and Tuesday. This has been the Ebony Star Network. Peace, power, unity, everybody. All right, Dave.
Yeah.
Roll out.